Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of accolades. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our accolades with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of accolades. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our accolades with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of accolades. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our accolades with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird.
What's up?
So pull up a seat,
What up?
and let's talk
What's
dogs.
up? Big shout out to everybody showing up tonight for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Yes, sir. It's about that time. Yes, sir. Hey, y'all. Thank y'all for showing up for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Hey, look, don't forget to hit the like button. I'm checking it out. I need you guys to make sure you hit the like button. If you haven't already done so, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. And please, don't forget to participate in the poll. These are not no wrong or right answers. So it's always helpful to participate in the poll because this, gives me an idea of who all out there and what y'all thinking. So please participate in the poll. Want to give a big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. What up, bam? I'm gonna go back to them names so I can make sure I get my shout outs. But I want to give another big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. What's up, fam? Let me get to my, let me get to this out right quick here. Let me do this right quick. Get to my live chat and see what's going on here. Big shout out to my man, Eli Monster. What up, fam? Bulldog, I see you, fam. My man M1. My man Double M Despo. Outlaw Texas Kennel. What up, fam? My main man Vernon Star. The one and only family LG representing Skull Country. What up, fam? Let me see. Private Society Kennels. I see you, fam. Carolina Blue. What up, fam? My man Dreadlock in the house. What up, fam? My man Double M Despo. What up, fam? Mr. 216 representing what up, bam! Let me see anybody I missed in here. I did say my main man, Eli Monster. Yeah, I know I got him in there. I think he was the first one. My main man, Ethan Brown. What up, fam? My man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? My peeps, Cold Mountain Bulldogs in the house. What up, bam? Yo, my man, Mr. Dennis Oliver in the house. What up, fam? Hey, my man, Dennis Oliver. I'm gonna check that email. I'm pretty sure if Mo got it, I don't know if he got it or I got it, but in any case, we're gonna follow up on that email, fam. Cause I'm gonna make sure we check it out because I'm pretty sure he's gonna give you some insights on what he think about it. Look, I need everybody to participate in the poll because it's kind of funny that we got to go back. We're gonna take this back to the future type of situation because it's kind of for me, no more. He gonna get into more detail because it's kind of like the pit bull community had a lot of different circles. Even when we got in the game, when we first got into this, we were new to it. You got to take a look at the type of people that we were hanging around with. If anybody knew James Edwards, James fought dogs. Looked at James as a breeder at the time. Because for us, he was fighting dogs. Same thing with Cheryl Powell. He was fighting dogs. Didn't really look up at him as like a breeder. So for us starting out, you kind of got to understand, for us, breeding was we hadn't understood, hell, we couldn't even read papers. So, breeding was one of the things you can't just come in and say, I'm going to want to be a breeder. I mean, you could, but for somebody who never had one, who just seen one and happened to stumble up on it like we did, it was just, more of just having one. And then throughout that first year and a half, we were able to accumulate, from these great dog men, these different dogs like Solo. You heard us talk about Solo. You heard us talk about Bruiser, Blood, BA, Judo, all these different dogs that we were able to accumulate by just dealing with these people, but in the same token, going around and visiting different yards. Even at the time, Mr. Triplett, he had Stevenson's Big Ben. Cheryl Powell, he had Levi. And who else? Mr. Robertson's, they had Champion Thor. And I think I can't remember who all what Atlas had on the yard, because Atlas still had dogs on the yard at the time. And so did Dr. Woods. But when you're looking at these people and they sitting down talking about bulldogs, they really wasn't talking about their breeding program. They were talking about the great fights and, dogs that they got a chance to see. And that's what kind of made it real interesting. So for us, it was always wanting to be, have one of them badass dogs. You know what I'm saying? Remember when I think it was, when we seen the Tootie where Snooty was buried at, you know what I'm saying? Kind of looked at that and was like, damn, this must have been a hell of a dog, to have a tombstone for it, not really realizing how important Snooty was at the time, but just, understanding that must have been something big to be having a tombstone. So I'm addressing this because when you're coming into something fresh and new, it's just a matter, at some point, it's how you come in. You know, if somebody gave you a dog, and that's your very first dog, you know, it'd be at that point you're going to have to decide, you know, kind of figure out what you're going to do. The first thing and foremost, you got to be able to raise the dog. Now, the purpose of going back in time, because there is a different psyche between, for us, and I'm just speaking on for us, but us being out there and being around so many people and talking to so many people, it was a difference between the hunter and the breeder. I remember on plenty of occasions in North Carolina where they was real careful about, you know, their breeding program. See, everybody basically were sharing their breeds. But yet, remember, these is all hunters though. But they were sharing, you know, studying here and trading puppies. It was a whole lot of that going on back in the early 80s. I'm telling you, this, I mean, for us not to know, but then we know everything that was going on because they're telling you he gave so-and-so and they did this and breeding and they did that. And then if you just go back there and look at history itself, if you just grab the books and do your research, all the way back to Tudor and Kobe and look at all the things that they were doing at that time period, but they really didn't consider themselves, you know, like all-time breeders. They were actually trying to create, you know, an animal, you know, the best bulldog, something to work with. And so I'm taking that and I'm looking at, okay, knowing what we know now, at what point from where we started that made us start wanting to create our own shit? Okay. Got to look at the time period, fellas. See, when you go back and you have to live that time period, you know, because we lived that. So we can go from all the way when we first got that very first one, and then we got all them other ones, again, all the way down to our first start rolling, and then going to see more rolls and going on other people's yards and seeing some more great dogs, all the way down to saying, okay, you know, we're going to go do some more rolls and how do you raise them up, and, you know, still not getting into the paper thing. So it's, everything came in stages. But, you know, as them stages kept going, you started doing different things. Okay. Now, let's take it, suppose if we had just settled in and didn't want to do nothing but just breed dogs. Now, let's keeping this in mind. You got Solo on the yard. You got Blood on the yard. You got Judo on the yard. You got BA on the yard. And we have Bruiser. That's 5 dogs. That's 4 males, 1 female. And the female was also a low posse's, you know, off a low posse's buster, Solo. And then we got Bruiser on the yard. But not understanding papers or none of that. And all 5 of these bad boys can scrap. All 5 of them done damage. All 5 of them weren't, you know, we were matching them, but to us, we were matching them based on, you know, calling people out. You know what I mean? Paul, come get us, bring so-and-so, get you some money. We're going to go down and do this right here. What's the weight? You know, so, all right, 2 weeks, we're going to get it in. That's how we was doing it. But keeping that thought in mind, at no time even then was we discussing a breeding program. Now, think about it. was it because we was too young in the game and wasn't smart enough to create a program, or was it that we were so excited for having a fighting dog that we were more caught up into the fighting side of the program? Because I'm going to tell you, we were caught up in the fighting side of the program. Because regardless of Kimsey, and think about what I said, Powell, of all people, you know, the Cheryl Powell, the one that had the Levi dog that was doing the breeding, that was sending the dogs off, you would have thought he would say, hey, take Bruiser to solo, or cross that Eli blood into that low posse, you know, female. You know what I mean? All the things that they could have said, but they never said. Never, ever mentioned. Actually, a lot of them showed up at the matches that we was doing in Carolina, and they knew that we had some good dogs. Who you get that dog from? You know, like, who you get that? Well, shit, you know, that's a damn good dog. Yeah, he got some good dogs. You know, seen a whole lot of that. So, you know, we was just proud because, you know, at the time, you know, we winning. And remember now, we don't know nothing about no journal. Know nothing about no champions and grand champions. I mean, I know when we took Bruiser into the Robinsons in Jacksonville, I know Thor was a champion. That part I did know. Because Powell told us, you know, we're going to go down here. We're going into a champion. So not knowing what a champion, you know, what it took to be a champion, we just knew he had been a scrapper before. But we, you know, we believed in Bruiser. You know, and Bruiser did what we thought Bruiser was supposed to do. But that was that early part of the game, and when you had all these great dogs, and when we look back on that, all these good bred damn dogs, and at one time, I mean, at not one time did we ever think about breeding them damn dogs. Because for some odd reason, nobody bought up the breeding program when it came down to these dogs. Now remember, these same dogs that's in Carolina is the same dogs that we wound up taking to Ohio. Whole new area, doing the same thing. Come in with these Carolina dogs, and we're going to take them in Ohio, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to start busting people's ass. That's all we was thinking about. And by this time, Mo is understanding what kind of dogs they got because he done hooked up with Pope. But I'm trying to bring it down to like, okay, when you're getting into these dogs, at what point do you decide what you gonna be? No, it's that which one you gonna be. I remember the breeder ain't even on the table. So our choices, because it's something new to us. So we couldn't even have the breeding part on the table because it was never brought to our attention. And being new to it, these are fighting dogs. So the first thing on our mind is we're going to be fighting these dogs. And then you got to understand that once we really got into it, we was really fighting dogs. So you kind of be, all right, coming in the way we came in, is that what actually kept us hunters and never got into, you know, the breeding aspect of it because it was actually too early? Okay? So the reason I bring that up, because at some point, fellas, when you're trying to create, you know, and you're into this. Now, you know, maybe some people come into this and they go out and they buy a dog and they're already got it in their head about, I'm just going to be breeding dogs and selling dogs. I'm going to get this bloodline, I'm going to take this bloodline, because at some point, in order to even do that, you kind of got to know somebody is coaching you. Because I just don't think you can just go out and, you know, read a book and then all of a sudden I'm going to go buy this dog and I'm going to go buy this dog and all I'm fixing to do is breed dogs. You know, because in this game, performance, you know, for us, even back in that time period, not knowing what a champion is, it was basically everybody was jocking us based on the performance. Even when we was kicking ass in Carolina and not knowing really nothing about papers and anything, they would ask where you get that dog from. You know, remember we running with Cheryl Powell, so it's easy for him to be able to tell you how that dog was bred, you know, once we said who we got the dog from. And Powell would take over, you know what I mean? He got him from Kamsey or he got him from James Edwards, you know what I mean? You know, that type of shit. So that was kind of like how we fell into the hunter side of things. Now, on the poll question, I asked specifically, if you had a chance to go back, and I'm taking that up here in the future, you know, right now, we kind of got an idea of what the history of the game consisted of. So if you had a chance knowing everything that you know right now, would you have went back to just be the breeder? You know how breeders work. No. The hunter, you know what the hunter does. That's all he doing. Even if he got to go out and buy something to hunt with, that's what he gonna do. I said a breeder / hunter of their own line. Now that carries a lot because when you breeding and you're hunting your own shit, not going out buying somebody's shit. Don't get this wrong. I mean, to me, it takes a lot to create a line that you create and then hunt with it because you're standing on what you're doing. And it seems like the majority of the votes seem to go in that direction. But as I'm looking at the votes and I'm saying, okay, based on the people who's voting on that particular one, how many of y'all really knows what that feels like? And there was things that came along with doing that. See, I figured everybody would love to be a breeder or a hunter / the owner of your own shit. I take my hat off to the ones that's saying I would want to be the breeder. I'm not getting too many votes on nobody wanting to be the hunter. And as far as the spectator, I don't even know if I got a vote on the spectator, but let me throw why I threw that spectator in. Because I said, knowing what you know now, and you had a chance to go all the way back in the past in this game, which one would you be? Now, I wonder just how many spectators is out there voting. Because I know what's in the room. The only reason you would be in this room watching this damn show is you have some type of relationship with these damn bulldogs. And based on the relationships and being in this room, you're going to be one of them people. You're going to be the breeder. You're going to be a hunter. Or you as a spectator. Or you were the breeder and a hunter. You're going to be one of them. But in true reality, how many of them that's in this room are spectators? Because I know based on this room, I know a whole lot of guys who've seen a whole lot of shit. Know a whole lot of guys out there that got a dog. But I know there's a lot of guys out there that were hunters. There's a whole lot of guys out there being breeders. How many guys is really out there that have bred and bought your own shit? And put your name on it. And really try to make it something. Because them the ones that we're going to really be talking about tonight, because that's the part that I'm looking at as far as the psyche between a hunter versus a damn breeder. Because we kind of getting that kind of confused based on the enthusiasm of the American Pit Bull Terrier game dog. You know what I'm saying? That's why I start back here in the past. Because coming into this game, we wasn't thinking nothing but about being a damn hunter. Not trying to be famous, not trying to even do anything as far as breeding. We just had 5 dogs, and we was trying to get those 5 dogs on. And now, ever once since we've been doing this show, did y'all ever hear us say we got dogs out of Bruiser, Blood, BA, Solo, or Judo? And they were some great bred dogs, and they could fight. Never bred them one time. Never thought about breeding them one time. Now, where do the blame fall when you're that new in the game? So I can put us back there and tell you, I don't feel like it was a mistake. I'm going to just be honest with you. To me, it was never about a mistake. It just wasn't part of what we were doing, and reason why we had a damn bulldog. We had a bulldog to fight the damn bulldogs, fellas. That's it. Because everything else around us, guess what? They were fighting bulldogs, and when nobody talk about breeding shit. Nobody. So imagine that being new to something, and you got this in your hands, and you choose to go out and fight it. But if somebody had to stop and said exactly what you got, don't do that, do this, and then go do that. See, that's the conversation right there. We got all the newbies in the house, and we got the old schoolers who kind of know what I'm talking about, because at some point, everybody had to start somewhere. It's just a matter of where did you fall in at? What role did you take to set you off in the direction to become an American Pit Bull Terrier fancier in this game for 20 and 30 years? You had to start somewhere. Who was holding your hand? What triggered your fancy? What made you learn and get better at what you were doing? At some point, as time went on having these dogs, your knowledge got better. Your ability to raise them and care them and maintain them got better. You haven't came upon that moment yet where you got a chance to actually see what it meant to understand a contract match. You know, everything up until then, we just fight. Y'all know y'all been in the neighborhood. Bobo around the corner, he got one. I'm going around there to Bobo house. Look how many of y'all started like that. I'm whooping everything in the neighborhood. Think about how many of y'all did that. Or somebody gave you a dog. You know you're going to find out what he is. You didn't run home and say, I'm going to hang on to this, and then I'm going to get my money together and go get a stud, you know, go pay for a stud and bring him back to this, or have one and I'm going to find a boy around the corner and go breed to his female and try to get some puppies. Remember, there were so many different directions that everybody had to start into. That's why I'm talking about the psyche. What was on your mind? What made you do what you did? Because that right there, when you figured that part out, that part alone, you could almost understand as you move forward in your life in these bulldogs, why you took the direction you took. And damn near 20 years later, be able to justify and speak on everything that you did over those 20 years and why you did it. Because at this point, you've done it already. It's just, where did you fall when that time period came to where you wasn't doing it anymore? Where did you fall at? Okay. The reason I speak on that is because everybody has that story. everybody has a reason and find it so easy to talk about what you did. But then when you get out and really tell your whole story, and I'm putting out, and I'm just basically summing it up because, again, when I hear people telling their story, I want to know where your story began so I can understand the psyche in your head, because I've also lived that life. I also knew what we put into that and what we were trying to get out of it, and why we made it, you know, like a mission to become better and better and better and better and better and better and better at regardless of what it was we did. And becoming a breeder never fell into there until years later. And when I say years later, you're talking about, look at the run we had with Blood and the BAs and the Bruisers and the Judos. My Bruiser got stolen. Solo ended up hanging herself in Mo's basement in Ohio. Judo lost one and then came back with our stupidity, taking him at 48, brought him back down to the weight he's supposed to be at, and won two, and one of them two was a champion. Got stolen. Blood and BA, they couldn't make it to get out there and even try to test because they couldn't beat Judo. They can whip everything else, but you can't beat this motherfucker here. And if you can't get by this motherfucker, why in the world would we take a chance on doing him, knowing that we had something better than them on the yard? That's the story. That's the beginning story right there with 5 dogs. And at one time, did you ever hear us say we bred any one of those dogs? Not one time. And the whole time we've been doing these shows, you never ever heard us say we bred any one of those dogs or had puppies off of any one of them first 5 dogs. Never. So what changed? Remember? Now you're starting to learn about papers. Now you're starting to learn about conditioning. Now you want to get out here and find what you're going to need to do to replace what you got. And guess what? Even then, you still never heard us say anything about breeding yet. Take my hat off the Millbuster. Millbuster gave up Mikey. You know what I'm saying? That was actually outside of them first ones. Then came Mikey from Millbuster. And we was raising Mikey. Now we dealing with Pope. This is how we get in contact with old Millbuster. And now you're dealing with Reverend Abernathy, because we're dealing with Pope. Then you're dealing with people like Catfish. Oh my gosh, so many people. Ohio Cash. Remember, all these guys got dogs. But they're not like us. These have become our mentors. These are the guys that start saying, all right, you had good dogs, you know, you're getting good dogs, this is what you need to do. And so we actually started getting good dogs. I remember we had Dusty, we had Crybaby. Tell you about the dogs we started getting. You had Ratchet, and that's what the times of the Joe Reds and a whole lot of these Roscoe, and I think it was Roscoe. I think the other ones was Boyles and Bolio. And might have been some Eli, you know, Chinaman, because, you know, he was dealing with old man, Mr. Reverend Abernathy. So Pope had a great relationship with him. So a lot of those good dogs that was coming back, like Shirley too, that was all Pope's doing. Ratchet, um, even my boy Larimore, these are all dogs that I could say Pope had his hands in running through Ohio. Then you had the Kingfish dogs. Then you had the boys out of Cleveland. And all these boys got dogs, but guess what? We still in a dog fighting community. Still ain't nobody talk about breeding shit yet. Nobody. We didn't start actually breeding dogs, and I'm gonna let Mo get into that because I think his first breeding was in Ohio, and I think it was to a pure rascal dog, if I'm sure. And then we had our kennel partner T.O. Now T.O., you know, he's got it down pat. You know, he's learning, but he's more the brains of the breeder. You know what I mean? KP, it was just, that's how I can tell you about what made us different and what made him different. Where we got stuck over here, he got stuck over there. We became good over here, and he got good over here. Because of what he did over here is what made us better over here. RKP. All in the same, running the same way. But we did this and he became good doing that. Very good. Because everything we ever had came through him. Most of all the shit we used coming forward came through him. He's our oral tutor, Maurice Carver. One man was responsible for 90% of the dogs that we had coming through him. So imagine that. We got a chance to stick to what we was doing because him and Mo go back and forth, been like this for years, you know, about because they both learned the papers and, you know, papers and performance was about everything. When you got a performance person and a person that is into that paperwork, like our KP was, he's deep in it, and then Mo's on performance, and when they clashing and it all comes out, you're gonna come out with some great damn dogs. It was just impossible not to. So that's what made up our kennel, though. We had direction. You know what I'm saying? That's why we can truly say we wasn't never breeders, because our KP was never a hunter. See where that comes into play at? We do the hunting, you keep creating the breed. We're gonna tell you if your shit's working. So that means you gotta trust us with what he has created to do the right thing, to get the right, you know, where he could have a better understanding that what he did was the right thing. He didn't have to worry about us fucking it up, taking care of it, raising it from a puppy, you know, getting them to that point, schooling them and doing all of that, and then putting them out there. He didn't have that to worry about. That's what made my KP good, because he trusted us and we trusted him. Not everybody has the ability to have, you know, a team like we had, because again, with that team, look at all the other people that was around us because of that team. because of those dogs. Look at all the intermingling that we were able to do. But you know, we wasn't really giving a damn about the breeding when you got a KP that's doing it. All we concentrating in is over here. Now, because of understanding them two things, now you got the spectator. This is why I threw the spectator out there. Because there's a whole lot of spectators. There was a whole lot of spectators. It's some guys out there that probably ain't never had a dog but been to some of the greatest matches of all times, you know, and can sit there and tell you a whole lot about what the hell they seen. And I know a whole damn bunch of them. Because we seem to get a lot of damn spectators once we got good. A lot of them. Posse ride up, jump right out there, and be ready to go, just be right there. And we'll tell you, they seen a lot. And didn't have a damn dog to show for nothing. I call them spectators. Because most of the time, a lot of them spectators were gamblers. Yeah. Gamblers have always been a part of the game. Spectators have always been a part of the game. Most spectators I knew didn't have dogs, but they had the money. But nothing like having a spectator or a bunch of spectators to believe in your shit. Enough to where you had enough spectators, the money, you know, money was never going to be a problem, depending on what the hell you was going off. So you couldn't really scare us away with money. Had too many spectators. Too many gamblers. But even doing that, we hadn't really still became breeders because we didn't have a reason to become breeders because we had a kennel KP, kennel partner, who took care of that. There was a time to where that kennel partner wasn't there for a couple of years. So we had to take it upon ourselves. But one damn thing for sure, believe this, that kennel partner left us enough. So when he had to go away for a while, this is what I need. I'm gonna leave y'all with this stuff right here. This is what I need y'all to do with this stuff right here. Look over what's the name, go do this right here, and then, you know, make sure that one get that and that one get that. Y'all go ahead and run with the rest. Keep what you want. Yeah. That's what led to us actually starting to breed without our KP. Because he wasn't there. We had good dogs. But now it's a time that where you start going hard dogs. That's where creating your own line because of something that was left to you to deal with. We didn't have to go out and buy dogs. We didn't have to go out and pay for stud fees. These are dogs that were thrown in our lap. All we had to do basically is raise them. My man Ben, if you're out there, you know what I'm talking about. Another going hard, you know, road dog. He was there from day one when that point happened because he had some of them dogs that went with him and he raised. One of them dogs was Red Ace. Raised her. And her brother. And Dusty. And a couple of other dogs. He raised them. So the mind frame is why I'm looking at, okay, we still ain't came breeders yet, but we kind of being forced into it at that point because of a situation. So now we have become breeders. Ever since we've been doing these shows, we have always said we were always hunters. I've always made that clear. If we call dogs and dogs didn't make our team, we gave them away to good homes. That was by the natural. Now, sometimes you guys got to understand that, you know, we weren't fans of selling dogs. We never sold puppies, and we never were in, you know, there's only 2 times that I ever known Mo to really sell a dog. And that was when he was getting divorced and when he was finally getting out the game. Period. So we never got into selling puppies. Actually, you know, we were private. Everything that came through our yard, everything that our proteges got, you know, came through that yard. And they were fortunate enough to get that shit. If you was around us, you was fortunate to get that shit. Remember, Black Ice came all the way down and didn't walk away with a puppy. Came to get one, but didn't walk away with one because couldn't get one. So, keeping that part, you're looking at, all right, this is the psyche of a hunter. So as a hunter, we doing things, we're going to take care of the hunter situation real quick. As a hunter, if you got your own shit on your yard and you're doing your own shit, you're going to be going through something called a cycle. See, our cycle, being that we had 6, 8, maybe 10 puppies. You got 5 different breedings going on. All these puppies go out on chains. Nothing left the yard. Move to Florida, you get 5.5 acres, and you got all these dogs out here, and you're letting them raise. 2.5 years of raising dogs, gentlemen. 2.5 years of raising dogs. And through that whole time period, right, we never stopped matching dogs. No. We never stopped matching dogs. Actually, didn't stop too much of anything because now we're going everywhere. Look at the people we running with. Remember, we went from up north, hanging out with Roadblock, Suburbanite Paul, boys over there in Rochester, New York, my boys over there in Buffalo, all my people over there in Cleveland, Ohio, all my boys down in Cincinnati, all my people over in Columbus. Can't forget my Tennessee people and my West Virginia people, all my boys out in Maryland. Big shout out to the DMV. Yeah, it was like that. But imagine over 100-something dogs on your yard, knowing that there's prospects out there. That wasn't a breeder. That was a hunter who created his own shit and was willing to get ready to take a chance on all of that shit out there so we could still have some product to keep hunting with. Because we didn't trust nobody else's shit. And that's the honest to God truth. Everything that our KP left us and told, you know, and Mo took it and did what he did with it. Everything that we did after that point right there came through moves that he made. And when my KP got back, the other moves that they made once they got back together. All them dogs, every goddamn dog we had. Every damn last one of them was bred by KP or by Mo. So when I tell you people that we didn't give a damn about a breeding program, we meant that. Wasn't about you know, people talk about that steroids. I don't be wanting to hear that bullshit, because if you was a hunter, you wouldn't give a damn, just like we didn't give a damn. You know why? Because how many of them real breeders out there can say that they was really hunters? So I'm gonna get into them. I'm gonna get to them here in a minute, because most of them, they don't. You know, a breeder can be a very complicated person, because again, in order to be a good breeder, you better have some badass shit. You know, and that's how I looked at it. In order for me to give you the props of you being a breeder, that means your shit better be out there kicking a whole bunch of ass, and you're supposed to be somebody worthy of even talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like Stone City, like Southern Kennels, like Deep South, like Hardcore, like Eminem, like Roadblock. I mean, these people is creating their own shit. Missing Link, Yankee Boys, So-So Boys, STP. The list goes on. Think they really gave a damn about some damn steroids when I'm telling you everybody was on them? But this is what I don't understand. Hold on. Out of all them people I named, I know damn well y'all know these people, because how many damn great dogs did these people have that we talk about them today? Give me the understanding that. All of them. These are dogs that I tell you, yeah, y'all, you know, remember, as a hunter, we didn't give a damn. That's why nobody asked and nobody cared. So if you ain't a hunter, I can understand, you know, you don't understand, you know, if you ain't a hunter, you ain't gonna never understand, because again, you ain't never been out there to understand what it was to be a damn hunter. And if you were a hunter worthy of anything, you would have knew that part off the back. Didn't matter what the hell you was on. We didn't care, and a real hunter don't really care. Now, how many of them is out there? Ain't too many of them, because if you was out there, you would understand why Stone City, Southern Kennel. Did any of them people hurt from being on steroids? No, because they still had great dogs, and still, you guys got their dogs in your papers up to this day. All these years later. So, it sounds sometimes asinine when I have these kind of conversations, when you're not looking at it from a point of where we at. We're hunters. So I can tell you about all the damn hunters. And never, ever did it affect them creating great dogs. And it never affected us from creating good dogs, because look at it, fellas. I did tell you we didn't go out buying dogs. But we matched a lot of goddamn dogs and had some good goddamn dogs. So where the fuck do we get hurt at? Hello? And I'm taking that, I'm speaking on that from a hunter's point of view, who actually was creating their own shit. We weren't the only ones. Think about the people I just named. Where you think we got it from? But then let's talk about these breeders. Okay? Let's talk about these damn breeders. Breeders. What makes a breeder a good breeder in an American Pit Bull Terrier? What determines the quality of your breeding program without a goddamn hunter? I remember y'all back here in my time. We done got on the bus. We done got in whatever spaceship, whatever it took you to get back here where I am. And then let's talk about the breeders part of the history, the past. Nobody wanted to be the breeder. Nobody wanted to be the hunter. But a whole lot of people out there want to be the damn breeder and the hunter and own their own shit. But how many of them are out there really like that? And for the ones who really like that, what would be your conversation about some goddamn steroids? Because I know damn well if you fell in that line right there, your conversation about some goddamn story would sound just like my conversation about some stories, like Southern Kennels' conversation about some stories, about all them other names that I said about some goddamn stories because they were hunters first. That was into creating their own stock and creating their own great dogs. Only difference between us and them, we stayed private when a lot of them took advantage and started making the money. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I said the only time you ever sold dogs to me was the 2 times you was getting a divorce, and when you was getting out the last time. Only time. Everything else, no. But I'm trying to work on the psyche right now. See, this is the psyche. See, it's easy to sit back and talk this game. The hard part is actually to really play the game, because if you played the game the way it's supposed to be played and you played it hard enough, then we'd be able to talk about it. Be able to talk about you. Like I talk about them. Like they talk about me. And that's the seriousness of at what point does shit matter? All depends on what you was trying to be. Give a damn about some damn papers if the damn dog ain't shit. Who's saying that? Who is actually saying that? Is that the breeder or is that the damn hunter? Which one is saying that? The breeder or the hunter? Y'all know the answer to that. If the dog ain't shit, we don't give a damn about them papers. Sure as hell ain't the breeder. That's why it's easy for him to sell you some shit. The hunter ain't gonna fall for that shit. What's the psyche of a breeder? Well, the good ones. The good ones. That's the difference. Let's talk about some great breeders out here. We know Tamp was a great breeder. Couldn't trust the shit, but we also know Tamp was a hunter. So where did that put David Tamp? In our category? Stone City, Southern Kennels, Going Hard, did that put them in that category? Just wondering. Because whatever category we know, breeder, hunter, of their own shit, I'm guaranteed didn't give a damn about no damn steroids. I mean, our psyche's a little bit different. But when I guess on the breeder side, when you selling dogs, you know, everything's great, ain't it? Especially if you got a name as a hunter. But what hunter was selling their best shit? So you would go buy from a breeder / hunter. You would buy from them and think you were getting their best shit? You had to be a damn good hunter to get that far. But then that's give you just a little insight. I'm going to turn this over to Mo, because I know Mo fixing to go in here and go stupid. Because the psyche between the spectator, the psyche between the breeder, the psyche between just the hunter itself, and then that psyche between the breeder / hunter and running their own shit. All different, with all different motives. My thing is to bring y'all back here and tell me which one of them was y'all. Which one of them were you? Which one? Because that changes the conversation when I talk to you. I want to know who you are if I'm going to have a talk with you. Because at that point, your opinion don't mean shit until I figure out which one of them you trying to be. Which one of them was you? Y'all see where I'm coming from now. You see why we're going to play on the psyche now, because it's easy to talk. It becomes a lot different when you have to tag which one were you. You know who I was. You know who Going Hard was. We've made that clear. We tell you why we did what we did, why we stand on what we did. But I ain't never jumped up and heard nobody who took on the role as a spectator. I'm gonna go check out this poll and let me see. Did I get any spectators? Oh, I got a couple votes on the spectators. I got a couple votes on the spectators. At least they being real about it. Because we wouldn't be shit to me without our spectators. Our spectators guaranteed that you couldn't bid us out of shit when we was coming. No way, sir. Because we got enough spectators to take care of all of that too. So big shout out to my damn spectators out there. They was more important than the game than some of these bullshit ass breeders was. Back then, we wasn't buying your shit unless your shit was worthy of something. I don't know how the hell that shit worked today, but I'm just saying back here when it mattered, you going up against people like Floyd Boudreaux. No, I'm gonna just let Mo take it from there because he knows that part of this game. But I want y'all to keep participating in that poll. Anybody who haven't voted yet, I need you to vote in that poll. I need all my people to hit the damn like button because this is gonna be one of them rides back to the future. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't already done so. Hey, super chats and all them buttons, and they still working too. And again, thank you everybody in the Shark Tank, everybody out there on the backstreet for showing up for tonight's show and enjoy yourself. Hey, got any questions? I'm gonna be checking questions. Anybody got anything to say? Hey, y'all know how to get my attention. Here you go, Mo. I don't think I need him tonight. Big shout out to my little brother in the house, Jermaine Hunter, my brother from another mother. My man PD Kennels in the house. My brother, my man, Scratchline News in the house. What up, bam? Shady 3 times. What up, fam?
Not shady.
Debo 3. What up, baby? And this is a big shout out to everybody. In case I missed, I just wanted to run down that line right quick. Big shout out to my man Alex One. I see you, fam. What up, everybody? Tuesday. What we talking shit about today, man? Yeah. Just sound like it to me. I'm the assassin. Well, I'm saying. You got the 100 and you got everybody separated. I did read it. I'm talking about where you left off at. The psyche of the American Pit Bull Hunter versus the American Pit Bull breed. The psyche. What's the difference? We know it. Because we, as hunters, we didn't give a fuck about the story. I mean, first of all, I got to keep everything in the aspect of the box. Everything revolved around what was going on in the box. Maurice Carver wouldn't be shit if there was no box. Earl Tudor wouldn't be shit if there wasn't no box. I mean, so we got to get back and start triggering wherever else is answer that. And that's inside the box. Now, what goes on inside the box, a lot of things go inside the box. One thing is competition, competitive. You got to be able to compete. And those who can get in there and compete, you know, that's when, if there was anything worth a breeding or a bloodline, it was coming out the fumes of what was going on in the box from the giddy up. This car wouldn't be shit if you had shit went in the box. Because of whose hands they was in. We know they was Carver dogs. How did we know? Because evidently they was winning. Hey, how that dog bred? man, a badass dog. How many times this dog got to win before you want to know how he bred? Where did he come from? I mean, that's the only time we asking real questions. I ain't nobody standing at no damn row getting excited over some shit, talking about, you know, the next great dog. If you just seen him roll for the first time, he looked like he could be a great prospect. If I'm looking on somebody else's yard, that was something I just didn't do. I mean, with the kennels that we was around, we didn't have to. I mean, you got hardcore over here. Remember now, go back and look through the Going Hard bloodline. You're going to find hardcore, Stone City, Southern Kennels, Deep South Kennels, David Tant. You know what I'm saying? You're going to find Supernat. These are the dogs you're going to find. Meal Buster. You know, BLB, Grand Champion Satan. Suburbanite Paul, Grand Champion. Sable. Champion Pretty Mama, Champion Whistler. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to find no breeder. I'm trying to find the people who was got that competing in them like I did. You know? Those are the, if I'm gonna go and look for a dog, I'm going to that yard right there. Or I'm gonna breed to that shit. I need a female. I'm gonna breed to one of those champions. Remember, every champion that I bred to came from a competing kennel. It didn't come from a breeder. I did not walk on a breeder's yard one time and breed to a champion. I bred Luke Kane to Brat. The only time I can ever remember me breeding to a grand champion was on a breeder's yard. And guess what? It didn't take. The breeder wouldn't know how to handle Brat, because if he did, Brat would have got bred to Luke Kane and we would have had puppies off of Luke Kane and Brat. But he's the only breeder. The only breeder. I put him under the classification of a breeder. Okay? And it didn't take. Dog wouldn't even go in 48 hours. So, other than that, no, we don't deal with breeders. You know, I don't want to meet Maurice Carver unless he's Stone City and he's got dogs out there that he's matching and I see it working for other people. So the dogs that he's got, they either coming back to him and I'm going to go try to get to them while he still got them. Or I'm going to try to get in touch with the people that he gave him to that made him his dog's the winner. Because remember, Maurice Carver had a lot of great dogs, but they were going into other people's hand that was matching dogs. Very seldom, and he was a hunter and a breeder at one time. And he really came up with enough shit that really where he could go into the business of creating a yard full. See, when you're a hunter and you create in your yard, you're going to have a lot of dogs. That was one thing for sure, because all I was trying to do was take my good bitches and breed into a champion any chance I got. And just made room to try to keep everything that I'm breeding. So, because in one of these dogs, maybe a few or a couple of these dogs, we can get something out of it. But what was the whole point of the project? The whole point wasn't to have a bunch of great bred dogs. The whole point of the project was to get back in the box and continue competing. Now imagine me trying to breed the Stone City or Hardcore or Strictly Business or RC and the Social Boys, and I go in their yard trying to breed something, then I come up with a question. Hey guys, when you was matching your dog Bronco, was you on steroids? Because you know I don't want to breed You know, and you might not, it might not take because your dog was on roids. Can y'all imagine that? We're going to Victor and say, Victor, before I breed Brat, you know, I bred the Red Ace to Mayday, but you know, he don't seem like we had puppies. That's where Brat come from. But now I'm breeding Brat back to him, and he done has a couple matches now, and you know, we know he's breeding a lot because we see it all across the, you know, he's no longer matching Mayday dogs. You know, to be honest, I think once he stopped matching the Mayday dogs, he started selling them. So he instantly went from a hunter to strictly a breeder, because it wasn't too much after that came off of Southern Kennels yard coming to Victor's hand, like Mayday and Choice and Dragon Lady. You can name how many more after them. We can't name none of them great sons that Victor used himself to do that. You can't. So that Victor falls into the breeder category. He was a breeder hunter when he got Dolly and got those puppies and held on to those puppies and let them grow up and tended to put them out there and change the luck that he had been having, because now he done landed into something great. He didn't even breed Mayday. He didn't produce Mayday. You know, he got the deal of the century when he got Mayday. You know, when everybody was picking over the Hollandworth shit, you know, and grabbing all that Hollandworth shit, wasn't nobody interested in that Hollandworth yellow shit. I mean, Victor was the last one to get his hands on that shit, and this is what he got that was left. Dolly, Mayday, Choice, Dragon Lady, ROM bitch, and 2 champions and a grand champion, won a dog of the year. Come on now. I mean, damn, California Jack got to pick over the yard before Victor did. And all we can say about California Jack, was he a breeder or was he a breeder hunter? Well, we know clearly that Hollandworth shit wasn't no hunter shit, because he wasn't no hunter. He talked about Poncho and he did this, but guess what? Still didn't make him a hunter, because you didn't take that yard and do what hunters do. You took that yard and you sold off that yard. And the guys who got their hands on the dogs, you know, they turned out to be some good dogs, but they were game. They weren't those Mayday dogs. You know, they had some good Poncho dogs out there that put some time in, some good time, but they weren't the Mayday dogs that you kind of looked over. They didn't make you famous like the Mayday dogs made Victor famous, that you just so happen to look over. Because you got a man who was looking for match dogs and got lucky enough to get them. Mic check. Yeah, I'm still in. You know, so a lot of that breeder, hunter, even when it comes down to the spectator, everything is really organized around what goes on inside the box. I think history is made there. I mean, breedings only become famous when they become famous from what they did in the box. A brood bitch can't become famous without being with offspring that were capable of winning. Ronnie Boyles survived a long time, but a lot of those great dogs Ronnie Boyles had did not come straight off of Ronnie Boyles and got matched by Ronnie Boyles for Ronnie Boyles to make them great. A lot of guys who used the dogs kept the Boyles name, but he was a breeder. And he was a good breeder. And he let his dogs get in there, because the most famous kennels who got them, when you pull up those Boyles dogs, you're going to see a great kennel with them. he was fortunate to let good dog men, great hunters, get their hands on those dogs. And if don't be for that, we wouldn't even be talking about the Boyles dogs. Or we wouldn't be talking about the Eli dogs and the things that they do wrong, like quitting, you go through so many of them, but the ones who do make it through, it don't be for them, we wouldn't be talking about them at all anyway. But through all this shit, the last thing we talk about, y'all, is steroids. I don't think if a breeder / hunter was letting everybody know that dog was on roids, the possibilities of dogs not producing because of the effects, like it later on caught up with Mayday when he just so happened to make it to Ecuador. He started having puppies again. Cannot say there's not no ill effects to the roids, especially if we're not giving no antidotes from the roids that we're using. And at that time, I don't remember nobody giving me no antidote. And really wasn't looking for one. When I started playing, I didn't care about the outcome or the possibility that I could be breeding shit. Last thing on my mind. Because why? Because I wasn't never used to or thinking about taking my dogs in and making some great bloodline out of it and opening it to the world and sit back like Victor and cash in. Victor helped, Stone City helped, Hardcore helped. So every dog on my yard, when it was time for me to go, and they didn't have to open their mouth. It's just the fact that what those dogs were and how they was bred into my yard. And the fact that these dogs were known to be box dogs. Just like you would look over there at Stone City and want to get a dog off of them, just like you would check in the Hardcore, just like y'all were checking in the Walk 'em All. I mean, why was you checking into these kennels anyway? If Walk 'em All was a breeder / hunter, this is why he was able to sell his dogs. We talk about that South Carolina run a lot because South Carolina had a lot of great dogs up in there. And so does North Carolina. But the wider aspect, because of that impact they have inside. When dogs came out of South Carolina and one other places, they always did get more famous than South Carolina dogs. You ever notice that? If dogs come out of South Carolina and North Carolina, but they go somewhere else to get famous. Why is that? Tell you why. Because they always end up in the right hand that's going to use them to compete. And if they're good and compete and they can win, that's going to only bring the eye to the person that's winning. It brings the eye to the person who's producing the shit. That's one thing about my KP that I would have to honestly say, when you breed for the box, you breed for the box. There is definitely an aspect to understanding that. Anything else other than that ain't shit to him. He can take all he wants to see is match dogs. He don't want to hear how this shit is bred unless it's winning. Then we're gonna investigate that to see if he got any potential, because most great dogs come off with something great. Very few times you catch two curs bringing up a great dog. I didn't say never, though. I said very few times. So few that it's not no major thing to think about doing when you're out here in my time, thinking that every dog that you can breed can come up with something great. Then you have a bunch of mutts running around here really causing ruckus. Because if that was a philosophy, everybody would be breeding curs, taking chances.
Some of them even getting lucky. You know, but what genetics is this badass cur out of 100 dogs? You're gonna get one. Like saying, give me 100 ugly people and give me one pretty woman, and out of that 100, one of them guys she'll fall in love with. It's a thing called Pav's law. It's just that law of nature. Somebody is gonna work. You know, like that 1 in a million chance of hitting the lottery. Not saying it can't never happen. The chances of it happening is just high. So you do have those situations where, you know, a breeder could get off some good dogs, but can he maintain history with that? Mr. Kimber, Dan Tupper, I mean, Show and Go, these people here, Havana Boys, these people here, Divine, I mean, these were great kennels, y'all. And they were hunters. But they had a lot of their own line of dogs. And those who got lucky enough to get their hands on those dogs that were able to get out there and compete. Only thing did is made the Divines and all these other people that I'm naming more target for the public to see and want. You know, like me, I seen it, I wanted it, I bred to it, I chased it around, and then I kept all my shit and had an opportunity to see if it'll work or not. I had Nico Jr., Nico, Grand Champion, Yellow Buck, Mayday, Grand Champion Ace, Champion Mechanic. I didn't have them all. It wasn't to come up with some pedigree that was so pretty that everybody would want some. I didn't give a damn about them pedigrees unless that shit got out there and got past my test. Because you want to see some famous shit, get past that test and go out here and win. Everybody gonna be talking about you. Yeah. How could I be able to sit here and do a podcast with anything less than that? It'd be worth talking and listening to for real. You know, that's how I see it. I can give you true insights on what I was feeding dogs for. I can give you the true insight of what made me go pick those particular kennels. What was I chasing? I'm going to tell you what I was chasing the whole time. I started chasing people that's in the box winning. I'm seeing what it takes to have what you call a good dog. Now I want some of that shit. What's the best way to go find it? Go find it where they over there doing this shit at. That's where I wanted to go. Down that paper shit. Paper shit don't mean shit if the dog ain't winning shit to me. I mean, all this paper putting together is like you're in the kitchen. You know, anybody can get the instructions and make a nice dinner. But is it that dinner worthy of the name that you're trying to put on it? You're trying to recreate something that's already been created, but you're trying to put your name on it. But is it worthy? Is it really anything like they shit that you're really just basically copying off of? You know what I'm saying? Can you repeat it? You know, that's the key. Why everybody else trying to put it together because it looks pretty. A lot of us are trying to put it together to repeat it, so we got our hands on it. Look, when I got my hands on Mayday stuff, and then I got my hands on some Yellow Buck stuff, this shit, I ain't give a damn about them being mad because these dogs is mine. I'm going to put this shit together and see what it come up with. Guess who's the first person got a chance to peek and see what this shit would look like? Me. I knew about that shit working long before everybody else decided to even do it. And the proof is there. Can't say the proof ain't there. Still, Baby is one of those dogs. Buck Rogers is one of those dogs. You know, and if they didn't carry on, all they did is just prove my point that I can have exactly what they got if I can utilize what they're doing and utilize it and utilize it over here with me. And the only way they can do that is they got to go out there and get inside them 4 squares and make themselves just as worthy as the blood that's pumping through their veins. And what Buck Rogers and Bebe did, they showed the world off the bat that Stone City Mayday shit will work. It really blew up both camps. Because out of that camp, you wouldn't have never had a Chico Lopez or probably not even an Evolution Kennels. You know, the big picture was, you know, they became breeders in the long run because the only way the shit was getting out, somebody was selling it. They was selling it more than they was matching it. Now, Chico can say what he wants. I don't never like keep going back to Chico, but he is a prime example of you can take all that shit overseas and do anything you want with it and bring the lie back over here across the waters and sell that shit. And anybody who was foolish enough to believe it, they got in there and they made the man famous. And basically made, you know, it's like, to me, it's like almost like the politics of the game. You know, you sold out the game, and you fooled a lot of people. So you got another choice but to defend the man, but you're defending him on false pretenses, and that's just keeping it real. You cannot compare that to these great dogs that's right here in the state that never left the country. We didn't have to go over here and be greater than STP, yet we can't verify shit. Not at all. All we going on is based on what you're saying, and you know, you're talking, you know, talk enough shit, you know, and you're a good salesman. Goddamn. I mean, ain't that how our country's ran? Ain't that why we got Republicans and Democrats? Can't nobody come to, you know, somebody's lying. They both can be lying. But, you know, we got groups of people following them on both ends. Them over here, looking at them over here, calling them crazy as hell for believing that bullshit. Then them over here, they looking like, you know, the ones that's getting all the bullshit, you know what I'm saying? You know, with all the crazy talking and saying the same shit about them people over there because they can say the crazy shit, but they ain't believing it. They ain't feeling it. So you got 2 different factions sitting over here arguing and really what's happening? Nothing. You know? I mean, we talk about these things, but you got to first decide which one you're going to be. It is a category. I mean, it's to sit back and watch guys discuss these breedings, discuss the old matches. I mean, it should really excite you guys to hear this shit, especially those who can find some of these dogs in your pedigree. Because I sure would hate to hold a pedigree with a bunch of dogs in it and ain't nobody been in the box. I mean, by the time we get around the 3rd generation, you know, we might see a champion or some kind of activity, but most of the time we looking between the 4th and the 6th to see anything. You had to go back that far, back into my time, to even notice what the dog shit, what's the dog bloodline. We can't go looking in the front end. We got to go looking in the back end and then working our way up. Because there's so much lack of activity. I mean, guys show me pedigrees that I'll be looking at. It's got the whole sheet of dogs that I don't know. No winners, no nothing, but it's a good bred dog. But I don't know that until I get back around the 5th or the 6th, sometimes the 7th generation to see how these dogs was lined up. It's just a shame by the time I work myself from back there to back up here to the front, a whole lot has changed. Because I see a whole lot of shit that I had to start from to even figure out what the shit was. But what I noticed about this good shit back here, it got cheap all the way till it's gone. So the only thing we riding on is the genetics of the breedings that they made from this shit way back here. We ain't seeing no results up here. All we doing is relating to what was back there. And to be honest, you know, if that's what you're driving on, you know, I would expect you to say it was some damn good dogs, though. There was some damn good dogs. I mean, these dogs was good. Well, I mean, I don't look for nobody to say the dogs was shit and you feeding them every day. If you getting up, putting the time into a yard, you need to stand behind your team. So I would expect everybody to stand up for their shit. I would expect anybody who's got friends, other friend that you know that's got some shit and y'all trying to be standing behind him. I can see where you would say, hey, he has some good dogs. But the bottom line is, why do you say that if none of them's being matched? What makes this line of dogs that you fucking with, without going back here to the 7th and 8th and shit like that, what makes these dogs worth you fucking with? Don't want to talk about what's back there. You tell me what's up here to get me to go back there and say, okay, I see it. Because right now, looking at it, I don't see shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's has nothing to do with the box. Nothing. Nothing. And I don't give a damn what kind of breeding you doing. None at all. If it makes you feel like you're a great breeder when you sit there and talk about roids and the way you dogs is being conditioned, how in the hell a breeder gonna sit there and discuss any of that? Literally. Tell me, how is you gonna listen to a breeder tell you about the box? You know, he'd be the first person that I would be saying, you know, I don't bet you he don't say nothing about no steroids. And if you walk around there and say the right shit to him, he'll sit there and tell you his dog don't need no steroids. His dogs can win natural. But this is what they're saying. But is this what you're doing? Is this what you have done? Breeder? Don't expect it to be there because it ain't. I don't even know how to use steroids. But he has to tell you something if he wants to sell his yard. If he's going to make you interested into getting into what he's got. He could tell y'all any damn thing. He could put steroids down. He could sit there and tell you, man, I bet you my dog can beat anything on steroids. Okay, I'm pretty sure who ain't going to say that. So easy to say out there. It's so easy to ride with out there. But this shows me there's a separation between the truth and reality. The truth is when you take all that shit and actually do it right there where it's supposed to be done at, in the box. You ain't got to say a goddamn word. All you got to do is follow the instructions of the referee, and we can come to that truth. You wouldn't know if I was on it anyway. I wouldn't even know if you was on it anyway, because the whole purpose of being here ain't got nothing to do with you not on roids and me being on roids. It ain't got shit to do with that. Don't have nothing to do with none of that. None of that. Now, y'all start making some sense of this shit. Okay? Because that's not why they came together. Came together to compete. Nobody filling out applications letting everybody know what's going on from each camp. They just meeting up, don't give a damn whether you want them or you ain't. Don't matter. Don't matter if you're wormy or heartworms. It don't matter none of that. Because when you walk in that box, that's your choice, your decision, and it will be checked thoroughly. It put in the right situation against the right person. Okay? Again, I don't never remember no bloodline being on no bloodline. I'm going to go into nothing but Jeep dogs, because I don't think Jeep dogs ain't shit. I'm going to take my line of dogs. I'm doing nothing but Jeep dogs. Come on, tell me something. Who's going to take me serious? But if you talk to a breeder, he got that same conversation about somebody's shit to make his shit sound like, you know, he's the ultimate. Like he got all the answers. Like, these are the dogs you need to be feeding. You see, I go to a active breeder / hunter, and he ain't got to say shit but point out his champions. Now, as you point them out, I need to know how they bred so I can see what's the chemistry here, what's the formula, how's he getting this shit? So when I go to picking and choosing, I ain't picking and choosing on somebody trying to feed me some old fake ass line or fairy ass tail that really relates to nothing that he's got on his yard that I can't pull up and say, well, where's your champions at? No, I got to go 3 generations back because he just bought a puppy off a champion maybe 3 years ago, and now he's finally trying to make some money off of this damn dog because he came off a champion. Ain't did shit, ain't produced shit. He's just selling a rack of puppies because his daddy was champion this or grand champion that. And you know, they do their homework to make sure they can talk good when they do talk to y'all. I mean, how many of you breeders out there got a good game? I hear this shit all the time. You know, I mean, I'm looking in y'all time because y'all make it so public. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got a hell of a lot of breeders out there. Y'all got so many damn breeders out there. It's like this. I can get me a Zebo if he can jump up there high enough and grab that hide off that tall ass thing they got hanging up there. If he can jump up there and grab that dog is just as great as Zebo. My dog run the treadmill faster than any dog out there. He should get the same standards as Zebo. Because he's a great dog. He's game. My dog is built so pretty, he's built better than Frisco. That make him game. Because he look like Frisco. If their game is speaking like, this is why y'all should be buying and breeding to my dog. And y'all trying to put all that bullshit in the same aspects of the square, the box, and base the whole line, the whole generation, the whole history on some treadmills and some walls and some confirmation, where even a person like Chico can come in here and tell the world that he didn't the greatest dogman of all times and he's better than STP, then guess what? For him to even get away with it shows me how blind and naive the game has been to get that kind of respect to somebody who you didn't even know. You only listened. You don't know the truth. So I be hating anybody who wouldn't even question me about that, because Chico Lopez know exactly who the hell I am. And you ain't heard him ever jump out there and say twin lying about anything I've ever said. Probably talk shit about everybody else. But he know damn well he can't say shit to me. Never. Because what I'm doing, I am not lying. I ain't never bought shit from him. I ain't never had no problem with him. I'm just telling y'all, I've been in the game long enough and close to this line of dogs. Them line of dogs and know what the fuck I'm talking about far more than he do. Remember, who was the first person to ever made that test to do that? So it's like me standing on the moon. First person got in the moon and put the damn flag there was me. And everything that came after that, based on what they saw, didn't deserve no more arguing or no talking about, let's get it done. And it got done. And to be honest, if you take the first breeding and the second breeding of those them Stone City Mayday dogs, you still cannot match them to Bebe or Buck Rogers. Not one of them was a registered mare. Not one of them. Remember, my first crack at it, I got a registered mare with 4 champions, a bitch. Little May brother, 2-time winner. Thank God he didn't get a chance to be great. But he was definitely on a run. Sports guys can't give me everything, but he sure gave me something to work with. And the dog wasn't bred but one time. Bred the Sarah Kill didn't have no puppy. Bred the Brat didn't have no puppy. Bred to the shit and didn't have no puppy, but he had 1 litter. He bred to a damn Beetlejuice. Mayday Stone City. And had 4 damn litter mates, became 2-time winners. 2 of them got taken before they ever made champ. And that's just 1. That's just the first. Nothing in them first 2 breedings did that much, y'all. But guess what? It did enough for it to work, because it's no doubt that if you breed them 2 lines together, you're going to get some fucking dogs. That's all it meant. That's all it meant. It didn't have nothing. I made that decision long before I even had a Mayday dog. I had a Stone City dog. Oh, here it goes. Before I had a Stone City dog, before I had a Mayday dog.
You want to get on?
No, I just slipped up and ran across Mayday. That's where I ran with Red Ace, but I was already talking to Jesse over there in Stone City. You know what I'm saying? Because I was impressed with the Nico Yellow, Awesome Baby, that kind of stuff, because I'm still sitting there with Amber. I'm sitting there breeding the Amber. Is how I ran across Mayday. Remember, still got Amber and Red Ace on the yard.
Windmill!
What's up, Windmill?
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
Go ahead, baby. You got the flow.
Salute to the tank. Salute to everybody listening. You know, I got to tell you all that some of these people, this dog game is going way over their head. Like, if you didn't pick, now this is what's so sad. If you didn't pick Hunter tonight, you shouldn't watch no more GHK. You need to go back and watch all of the other GHK podcasts. You need to go back and watch all of them all over again. Don't come on here and not. I can't believe if you didn't pick Hunter tonight. It's almost like when you go to the World Series and your team wins and you about to get a jersey and you got the nerve to ask for the loser's team jersey. You know what I'm saying? This is the hunt. This goes to show you that they don't know how to get on the bus and go with y'all. They don't know what it's like to be in this situation. They don't know. It's like somebody trying to gangbang at the age of 40. It's too late. You ain't put the work in. You ain't with the workers, and the workers, the wolves, we smell you. So if you didn't put down a Hunter tonight, I'm sadly disappointed, because these dog shows, and this is why I told my homeboy, I'm not trying to say I'm upset with y'all, but I'm upset that most of these dog shows are holding hands. They let y'all stand up and run around and not sit down in the desk, shut the fuck up and listen. You guys ain't paying attention. This is a hunter's game. This ain't no breeder's game. This ain't no spectator's game. This is a hunter's game. If you ain't got no dog and you ain't in the box, you don't count. You don't count. Everything you guys even know when you're buying a match dog and you're buying a cold dog. You don't even know when you're buying a dog to breed with or a dog to go match with. You guys have no clue. So I want you guys to go back, listen to every one of the shows they've done, and then come back and look at this show. And I hope you see, like, damn, why didn't I put Hunter? This is a testimony. This is a test for the world. Whoever's got American Pit Bull Terriers, if you're listed right now, this is the testimony. GH.CH is a system that came in and busted up 3 kennels. 3 kennels that was running a certain type of dog, and Twin 2 said, hey, we're gonna switch this up because we're gonna compete. See, it's hard for somebody to understand when the competition broke. But I know I was there. And I told everybody, if I don't get no dog from Buck Rogers, the game is over. And I told everybody in my circle that. I said, look, if we don't get no dogs off that Buck Rogers, your shit's dead. You're dead because the era had changed. The system had changed. The dogs had changed. And GH.CH was the change. So if you, like I said, if you came in this tonight and you didn't put Hunter down, you garbage. Get out of here. Don't come back. I gotta let him go.
Gotta let him go, baby. Okay, baby boy. That's how you do it. See, that's what you call scratch the wear right there. You don't even get a windmill come up in here and scratch it hard.
Goddamn windmill, man, he's something else.
Yeah, man.
Big shout out to my man Windmill.
I can't say nothing but the man, he right. I can't even say he right because I don't want to feel like I'm take the air hose out my head. It's starting to swell, but he's right. He is right. When I sit down at this chair, y'all don't see what he's saying. I hear exactly what he's saying. He feel me. He feel me. He know I'm not sitting here giving no ghost stories. He know I'm not sitting here lying. He see me trying to get out there into some people who don't know. Since y'all so easily told anything and everything, I'm trying to give you a real piece of meat from a world that you guys wish you were a part of, because it takes you to be part of it, to really truly understand. I'm trying to take your imagination and kind of link it into me. That's why I give all the passion, try to give you my all so you can feel it. If you ain't seen it, at least try to feel it. Because that's what it's about. It's about that box, y'all. Don't let nobody tell you shit else. I mean, all this steroid, all this lollygagging and what, Dex, when to get this, and all these 19,000 different keeps. I don't give a royal piece of shit. Well, how you bring your dog in? It don't even matter to me. Don't give a damn how he bred. Don't give a damn what you did. Don't give a damn what he owned. Bring his ass in here and let's see if he can get down with this shit. When the referee said let him go, release the dogs, he got 2 arrows coming across in each other. That's the only goddamn thing to talk about. The beginning and the end. Those are 200s. Everybody else on the outside is a breeder or a spectator. Or a hunter and a breeder that's trying to find somebody to get on. Gotta watch them too. You know, they like stepping on necks. So you gotta be prepared. Because we got sharks. What that shark tank is meant for. Sharks, we lurk. There's kennels out here that really made a living of lurking around. Like Lil Wayne be doing. Sliding through the water, looking for the best competition to go into to see how good your shit really is. Ain't nobody running around here being no 14, 15, 16 time winner no more. We ain't got but one certified double grand champion, y'all. Certified. Hell yeah, that means a lot. I don't give a damn about the 14, 15, 16, 18 time winners. I'm talking about the one certified double grand champion that's in the history book. It might not mean shit to y'all because y'all already accepting a bunch of fake ass champions out here anyway. So we got to make damn sure we don't lose or let nobody notch that one double grand champion tornado off her block, because you cannot compare none of y'all shit to her. Until you got a sanctioning body, won't nothing replace her. Give a damn about all these double down grand champions out here. They ain't tornado. They ain't certified, and we don't want to hear that shit. Okay? She's the only one that we can pick up a journal and know all 10 of her matches. Like we can pick up a journal and see all the 8 Queen of Hearts matches. Like we can pick up a whole lot of these old magazines and see these great grand champions and champions and grand champions and winning each other and lost and all this shit. You know, those are stuck in stone. This shit that's going by fly by night is here today and gone to fucking tomorrow. It's gonna disappear like most of these great bloodlines, like where they at, where they going hard dogs. You know why there's not a whole bunch of going hard dogs out there? Because it wasn't none of us Maurice Carter. Well, none of us, goddammit, Evolution Kennels. We wasn't selling shit. Might mess around there and give y'all something I need. I'm the one working. The hell I need to be letting y'all get on for and I ain't on. And I get on, everybody get on. No, I worked inside the kennels that was on. That's how I stayed on. I'm breeding the shit that I know is gonna get me in the box. Why they got great dogs all over the damn place. Every fucking dog I ever bred to, you better go look at their background. A whole bunch of all whims and producing shit. So I can stand there on my little, milk carton box and talk shit about what I did, and you don't hear me sitting up there like I'm the almighty. I'm sitting here telling y'all that I was going to hardcore, Stone City, Southern Kennels. You know what I'm saying? I'm going there. Mill Buster. I'm going to where the action is. Triple M, Mile. I can sit there and say, Loctite, everybody I've ever ran with had great grand champions and champions on their yard. Not just one, a couple of them. You know why? Because we fucking hunters. Give a fuck about the breed. We breed to play. All that other concept about preserving a fucking thing don't mean shit if we can't use it to play with. That's why all these great teams I can run around and say their names and know that they had great dogs is because that's what they did. That's where it's at. Getting kind of confused out there. Got to step over here because I can't tell you about what y'all doing over there. But I can bring y'all back here and talk about y'all from up back here. Y'all getting so bad that y'all want to compare y'all treadmill racing competition, go catch a hog as great as our dog. Get the fuck out of here. What's going on here? You need to have a show about that kind of shit and give some true explanation of why do you feel like that? And why do you think that the preservation of the game is going to be based on that shit there? You're going to try to explain the gameness of a bulldog like this is going to be the new level of what we grade the dogs are born. Because the other shit is in the dark. But you're trying to talk shit about it, but you try to put those two worlds together. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I'm going to show you how you do it. Because every time I turn around and listen to all this shit here, guess what? I hear you still talking about them game dogs. You're trying to make these game dogs y'all dogs. They can never be y'all dogs because they was never bought here under those pretenses. They was never used under those pretenses. Continue using it that way, but the great ones are still being done in the box. Whether you in the dark, under the wall, in the shadows, no windows, don't know, good. Good. because that's the safest place to be. When all this other shit on the outside start going extinct and you got a bunch of trash running around, guess what? Coming through the darkness, we're going to always be around because we're going to be always sitting back out here with those sharks looking to kick your ass. So while y'all out here selling all this other shit with them concepts and beliefs, you're going to have those sharks. And we will be waiting. Can never stop something that's always been there. A lot of bloodlines got lost, right? But that's because a lot of us was private. And those who did have going hard shit, guess what? We wasn't the only ones that put that damn number up to 117 wins and 14 losses. 117 wins, 14 losses out of 56 dogs. We didn't do it by ourselves. That is not my credit and my credit alone. No. That goes out to everybody who had their hands on a going hard dog that ain't got no problem out of them 56 dogs to sit there and say, look, we had that shit. And we is part of that 117 wins. A few of us is part of that 14, but there wasn't but 7 of those. 7 game pickups and 7 quits. 7 game pickups and 7 quits out of 117. You cannot take that and get that kind of number running no damn treadmill, getting some confirmation trophy, chasing a hog, just fighting for his life, or jumping up and down, running up a wall to get it down. Rag, hide, whatever. Cannot compare that. You know, it doesn't make you an important person to argue if your dog could win on steroids or not. Does that make any sense to a real dog man? No, because guess what? To a real dog man, we don't. What can we do about it? If I was to walk in and told everybody when I walk through the door, I'm on roids, what did that mean? What kind of response am I supposed to get? Am I going to be getting people who don't want to bet on me, or am I going to get a whole bunch of people who are going to bet on me? Depending on who I am. If I'm going on hard, if I'm going hard, Kennels walking through that door and somebody just say, you think Twain is on roids? Well, guess what? Let the man washing my dog tell you. Because he feel all that. Oh, yeah, he feeling all that. You better ask him. Ask him. Okay? Because that's what it looks like when they feeling my dogs when they're washing. Damn, this motherfucker hard as a rock. I mean, this motherfucker, man, I tried to push the damn dog head down that motherfucker, man, it made me break up. Because he didn't get ready for no confirmation show. He didn't get ready for a treadmill show. It didn't have nothing to do with the way he was bred. It didn't have nothing to do with none of that. It had everything to do with competing in the box. Not taking nothing away from the treadmillers, not taking nothing away from the confirmations, not taking nothing away from the pole climbers. I'm not taking nothing away from the hunters with the hogs. What I'm saying is, you cannot share our space with us. So stop trying. You cannot make your shit anything like our shit. Stop it. And anybody who can believe that shit, you must be those that believe that the month is such a big thing to be on steroids or not. Y'all make it like steroids is the, if you beat me and I was on steroids, I beat him and he was on steroids. Well, so you rather put it on you than your own fucking dog? It wasn't your key to beat me. It was your dog, bro. If you got a better dog, regardless whether I'm on steroids or not, guess what? You better come in here with a dog to do it with. You didn't do it because you wasn't on steroids. You did it because you just had a good dog. Now, when I beat you, Are you going to use the excuse? He wouldn't have never done it if he wasn't on the steroids. Or you weren't going to give me the fact that my dog kicked your dog's ass? Or you probably wouldn't have did it if he was on steroids. I mean, which one is going to be, you guys? I mean, this is what I hear all the time. It's either going to be this, or what the fuck? Damn. You put it inside the box, and guess what? It really starts sounding real stupid, don't it? All these excuses. Like you proud to whip somebody who was on no roids. You probably had a good dog. Did you keep his ass out there long enough to see how good he really was? Because that's what we do when we winning. And we sure don't be asking that stupid ass question. I don't want to fight nobody who ain't on steroids. If you're on steroids, I can't fuck with you. I mean, really, is it that? I mean, y'all make it like it's a big, important conversation. When to a hunter, it's not. To a breeder, it's a great conversation. Because a breeder has everything to fall back on. As many dogs he's going to have quitting in his bloodline. He's going to have a lot of those dogs quitting in his line. Yeah. See, a breeder has to deal with a whole lot of flaws. See, a hunter, we go through our yard and we will chop a yard down real quick. Where a breeder won't. He will not do it. He will get up to 200 or 300 dogs. As long as he got something producing and selling, he gonna keep as many dogs. Ain't nobody going down. Curs, everybody stay up. Damn, it don't matter. If you're bred like this, I can put some papers on you and keep you going through the dog. A hunter ain't got that kind of time. A hunter ain't got that kind of room for bullshit. You ain't got no space to benefit me because I need work. Then I'm feeding a whole bunch of nothing. Guess what? It's going to be a whole bunch of something left when I get done finishing off this nothing. That's how hunters think. Yeah, we'll sell you a dog, but it'd probably be some shit that we don't want anymore. If I sell you a dog, he's going to be a game of shit because if he wasn't, guess what? He wouldn't be sold to you. Take my shit out there and watch him quit and y'all be like, Twin sold me a dog that quit. Well, guess what? You won't buy one over here quitting unless you buying a puppy and he go up quitting. But you weren't going to get no, first of all, no grown dog off this yard and he quit. It's belly, you better hope you don't, if you can get a puppy, to be honest, because guess what? You got to take the same chances I take when I raise a damn little. I don't know which one of these son bitches going to stop, and I don't know which one I'm going to win when they growing up. I have no idea. Just like I care less, like I care about who on steroids and who ain't. That don't have no reflection on it. I don't care. It's not going to stop me from getting in there with you. And I feel the same way about the dogs and the puppies. I don't know which puppy you getting. You might get a good one. I don't know. I can't predict. But you taking the same chances as I am, but I'm going to tell you the difference between the chances that you take over here compared to everybody else over there. Over here, we running on a percentage. And our percentage, based on the way we breed, we get a higher percentage of dogs that make it to the box because we fuck with people who has high percentage of getting there. Better go back down to my pedigrees and tell me which dog ain't great. You go on my pedigrees, you're gonna damn near see the top 5 dogs, and you always say them: Buck, Yellow, Awesome Baby, Honey Bunch, Jeep. You can throw Mayday in there, and these days you can probably throw some Frisco in there if you want to know the truth. You know what I'm saying? We have some Frisco dogs up in there to have some winners cross with the Mayday, with our going hard stuff. So the point is, wouldn't it be worth a conversation if these dogs weren't in hunters' hands? These hunters was breeding dogs to compete. And those who bred those dogs to compete got dogs to compete. And out of those dogs, it was a total of, I mean, maybe it could be more. I know the many as I do know, it was 56 dogs that made it to the box. 56 going hard dogs. Caught out a short number, but I guarantee you, and too many of y'all can match that one. There's a whole lot of great ones out there that can walk all over it, but they gone. You know, and I can name them. I can name the ones I was around. Hardcore, Stone City, Deep South, Southern Kennels, Roadblock, Abrahams. I mean, these are people that's way more bigger than me because they're my mentors. These are people I look up to. Triple M, these are my mentors. These are guys, you want to know how I got good? I got good because I had a KP who was just as good as Earl Tudor. He had a knack, and in his knack, me and him clicked. And when I fell into the trust of him, that means I believed in him, I started winning. Because he believed in us. He believed in me enough to pick up the phone and say, come get him. And guess what? I believed enough in him that didn't have to disappoint me because he sure left me some shit to work with. Without him, it wouldn't be to go on Hard Dogs of the Day. We wouldn't have these conversations of the day. And if you pay attention, if you look and put some real dark eyeglasses on, you can see we still some bad motherfuckers. Y'all don't understand that one. Okay, Earl Tudor is alive and moving. But they're breeding good dogs for what? You won't see these dogs on Facebook. You won't see these dogs in chat rooms. You won't even know who these dogs is because we still don't know where, who, or when. That's what makes the basement so pure. As soon as you start letting light in, guess what happens? Everything starts coming to light. And is that the world you want to see it with a big ass light on it? Because then what y'all gonna be having to breed too? We're gonna be forced to be dealing with nothing but a whole bunch of y'all upstairs. It's already being poisoned by the light. But it haven't been shamed down to the point of nothing by the light. There's still darkness and there's still good darkness in this world. Don't know where, don't know when, don't know how, but you know, it's like that. I said 100 men, one fine girl, she's gonna fall in love with one of them. So if we have everybody going but one, guess what? There's still one around. One real one. And that's what we live on. And what does that real one need to be? You need to be competitive. You need to be good. You need to be able to carry the genetics because that's what most of these great dogs have done. We're able to carry the genetic strands that made that bloodline great. And for those who made crosses to make it even greater, guess what? They became part of history. You know, I had the opportunity to be around some of the greatest ones in the game, especially around the time that it was at its best and highest level, where the dog game got amped up to another level. Up there at that level, wasn't nobody's champion or grand champion safe. And it hasn't been safe since then. I mean, ain't nobody shit safe. All this shit talking, the quietest place in the house is in the basement. Because guess what? There's always a sad face coming out, and there's always a happy face coming out. And there's always another day, another tomorrow. You continue on, and you just try to come back. It's just got to understand where y'all at. You're here back in my time where this is the world of dog fighting. This space is not being shared with nothing else. It's not shared with breeders. We discuss breeders in their role in what made this kennel great. I wouldn't call us great. I would call us good. But I could say that we came up off some great kennels. And how many people can rat the names that I rat off? And it's like, it seems like the more great guys we know that know us, it seems like y'all want to hate on that. And what you hating for? Y'all just feel like it's a privilege to know that we opened a lot of doors for a lot of these guys to even poke their head out to even say something to you guys. There was guys out there that damn schoolboy and them looked up to. While y'all was looking all up to them, they got guys out here that they look up to. You see what I'm saying? Guys that they was impressed with, while y'all being impressed on them, they giving you a piece of their world. And it doesn't mean anything other than what are they talking about, y'all? They talking about the box. When it comes to the feeding, when it comes to the maintenance, when it comes to the breeding, when it comes to decision makings and all that shit, it still is focused around winning or losing in the box. Let's not forget that point right there. We don't want to get that mixed up with all this other shit that's going on. You know, I don't even know we got a new meaning to the word game dog. Game dog. Can you have a game dog and be a breeder? I mean, what is a spectator just as knowledgeable in the game because he's a spectator? Does that mean that he has the same intelligence and the knowledge of that of a breeder who's literally stepping in the box with his shit, making him a hunter and winning with his shit because you have a spectator who's paying attention? What gives that spectator more hype than the man who's done it that he's talking about? The fact that he that close to it, or the fact because he was a spectator? What place do we put the spectators in? Since we got so many people out here so quick to be spectators, so quick to tell everybody's business who don't need to know everybody's business. Why do you do that? The spectator game. Tell me, what is the role of a spectator? To go and tell everybody else? Does a spectator's opinion matter? And when does it matter? And to who? Same with the breeder. To a man that's matching his dog, does a breeder matter? It depends. If I'm matching some dogs, he got something to match, yes, he matters. But if he ain't got shit, and he's steady over there mad because I done kicked his ass a couple of times, you know, he's one step away from getting out of dogs because he can't afford another loss. How many losses can you take before your kennel goes on a skydive? I mean, I'm going to tell you like this. When I walk out on my yard with some of the guys I done seen lose 3 or 4 times, and they still walking back there feeding dogs, I be wanting to know, well, the first dog you took out, was that your best dog? Okay. And what about the second one you took out? Was that your second best dog, or he became your other best dog? Then you come around to the third dog. Okay, so what part did he fall in? Are you just grabbing dogs now? I mean, I need to know. Okay, because you're still feeding dogs. You're still feeding dogs. By the third one, I would have been like, if the first one was the best I had, and then I lost with the second one that I thought was just as good as him. But when I got to the third one and lost, I'm looking over the yard like, guess what, bro? I'm looking at the puppies crazy. I'm looking at the fact that I can be raising these dogs another 3 years like I raised these first 3 losers that I raised from puppies and still can't win with now 3 of them. And I thought these dogs was great. Thought I was going somewhere. Ain't went nowhere. So I got to go home and look back over all this other shit. And if your mind is in the right place, I'll be getting rid of all that shit. But if you still got them glasses on trying to see something through nothing, then you still continue feeding that trash. And if you got to save yourself, jump out the box, stay out the box, and just sell your papers. Can't hate on you. I won't be mad at you. You just become a breeder. You know, breed that shit until you get rid of it. You know, try to get rid of it. Try to get you something else. Don't just completely get out. But then I'm trying to teach you how to cheat. And people pay for cheaters. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of them. I mean, they get mad when I kind of expose a few of them and shit, you know, and be ready to put it down to the point. But, you know, y'all gets mad because, well, y'all investing in some shit. Don't get mad at me for being truthful. Don't dare tell me I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, because I said, well, you tell me what the fuck you talking about. And listen who's listening. Because when you start comparing your words to my words and what's coming out of my mouth compared to what I done and compare that to what's coming out your mouth and what you done, there's going to be a big gap there. Now, there's going to have people over here to listen to your shit, but you're going to have a bunch of people over here that going to listen to me. And guarantee you, they go do a fact check. Everybody over here going to eventually come over here with me. All they got to do is fact check your shit. If they're investing in your shit, they'll stand there and fight with you all day because they don't want to look like a fool. They done already got mud on their face. So they just got to try to wipe their face and your face off at the same time. Us over here, we still doing what we do. Points being proven. You will never make it over this way. You can never make it over this way because you can't afford to lose. They can hype you and talk shit and all that, and all you're going to be talking like is the person who don't know how to use steroids and sit there and be the very person that sit there and talk about steroids and shit. All it's going to do is fuck up your dog. But then why do so many great dogs you got down there, most of y'all got in your bloodlines, use them? Yeah? And when did it ever become such a point that it really mattered? Yeah, a lot of them still got dogs off them. Look, I got litters too. But Rogers did get a litter. Shit, Brat did have a litter. Mama had a litter. I mean, I think every dog that I roided up had a litter. They just couldn't have a bunch of them. Maybe because I didn't hold on to them long enough. You know, remember, I didn't hold on to these dogs. I didn't wait on these dogs. These dogs was, you know, we kept it moving. We didn't care about that shit. We just grabbed something else and let's go. That was it. Can't say I didn't make the perfect breedings. Shit, Brat to Luke Kane, Buck Rogers to the shit. Y'all knew how the shit was bred and put that to Buck Rogers. Buck Rogers to Sarah Kale. Buck Rogers' daddy literally made the Sarah Kale. Come on, y'all. These are breedings that didn't take it. Why? Maybe because they was on roids. So, well, guess what? I will continue. I will never be mad about it. I don't give a fuck. I would take, as long as I'm getting in that box, I don't care. Box come before everything. I ain't trying to be Maurice Carver. I ain't trying to be Ronnie Boyles. I ain't trying to be none of that shit. I ain't trying to be Floyd Boudreaux. I ain't trying to be none of that shit. I was trying to go in there and be like, my people. My people. From New York. You know, Mike done ran up all the states. Y'all know who y'all is. If it don't be for y'all, it wouldn't be us. Y'all showed me what real dogs look like. Show me what the game was worthy of when it comes to appreciating what we do in that box. You know, so much to be shared down the basement. There's so much camaraderie down the basement. It's like, it's a really disgust when we see the way y'all talk about it upstairs so freely and loud and all, everybody's Maurice Carver or Earl Tudor. Y'all want to be so damn bad that you're willing to argue with somebody that you have never even walked nowhere close to the footsteps that I walked in. Yet you want to put yourself on the same pedestal that I am. You can have that. Because I ain't upstairs here to fuck with you. You can get all that. Take that shine all you want. But if you ever slide down there and get that key to that dark place, you know, before you touch that dial, that knob to open up that door and step in, you better make damn sure I ain't down there. Don't get caught up down there looking around and run into me. Because your light was shining real good upstairs. You in the dark now. Let's see what you do with that. Come back upstairs, slam that door like you running from a ghost. I will be on your ass. That's the real world. That's where the truth comes out. You know, all this shit upstairs, that's good show shit. Down that basement, oh, no. You just climb your ass on over here with that shit, and let's get some truth going on. Ain't too many of that going on, y'all. Nobody's willing to take that run. It's good to talk that shit, but to be that shit, nah. You know how many people we done ran up out of our fucking show trying to live that life against some dudes like us? You know what I'm saying? It's hard to beat us down because we are that shit. We are that real shit. And the chances of you even being down in the basement is very slim to none, because you know when we breathing on your neck, like I said, it's like a scary movie. You running through the basement, trying to run back upstairs, and hope like hell when you shut your door and fall against that door don't push you off of it. You can hold that door closed until you get tired and just going back downstairs. Because that's how hard we be on your ass. That's why they don't keep messing with it. I won't say shit upstairs, but guarantee you won't never step around that down in the dark. I bet you won't. Because you never know. Most guys be talking all that shit upstairs, don't know what the downstairs look like. And what you do know is like everything else, you hear it. You ain't done it. You're trying to, but you ain't on that level to even discuss it. So why try to share your space with greatness when it's around you, instead of trying to appreciate what they're giving you? Every goddamn good dog man I see out here trying to help you guys with the knowledge and the entertainment. We always got these knuckleheads that want to sit in there and try to backlash. The party should be on them. We should be throwing bottles and verbal attacks and everything on them because they're trying to be something that they're not. But y'all guys are so confused with the lies, we can't even know who's throwing what. Next thing you know, y'all throwing bottles at the person being honest, and the person that's telling the lies, he sit up there and got y'all believing he's the real deal. Well, don't get mad at me when I sit there and prove who the real deal is fucking with me. Okay? Okay? You ain't gonna like the way I handle my shit. You know how we are. And we're only like that because we respect the work. And that means we respect those that even lose doing the work. Because at least they had the kahunas to step their ass over that wall and listen to those magical words of that referee say, release the dog. And at that time, and only that time, is history being made. Everything that happened after that, either gonna make history and something to talk about. For some is gonna be the beginning of a new chalkboard. They do. You got one great dog, next thing you know, he loses, and he done went from the top straight down to the bottom to zero. I mean, gonna always have that hanging over his head. And can't never blame the handler. Y'all gonna blame the dog anyway. Dog ain't shit anyway. That's what you're gonna hear. Dog didn't won goddamn 6, 7, 8 matches, goddamn it, and he lost that one. Was he supposed to ever come back? No, but greed makes you do that. But when it does bump him in the head, don't blame the dog. I hate when somebody sit there and say the dog was never shit anyway. Well, guess what? The whole time he was winning, I don't see your name in there nowhere. I hear your comments, but where are you at on this list? Did you lose to this motherfucker or something? No, so you ain't even tried this motherfucker? Yeah, you got the nerve to be sitting up there talking like you know, saying some sportscaster. Yeah, never said anyway. Motherfucker, why ain't you going to him then? I hope you ain't feeding shit. See, that's how I be looking at people. You know, I don't be like this calling y'all out and this, but I watch these shows and I be laughing because it's just amazing. You know why a lot of these podcasts get a lot of shit? Because you got a lot of, you know, basement dwellers enjoying shit. But you know, them basement dwellers, you know why they love us? Because they eat the same food that we eat. And when you eat something that somebody else is eating, they can relate to you so much better. I don't have to check his food because I'm eating the same food. I don't know what he eating. I can't trust what he eating because I don't know what he eating. He just so happen to be hanging around here. But he don't seem like his shit is anything like our shit. So you have that thing right there that separates and it shows. It only comes conflict up here in the world of entertainment. It's entertaining to bash a great kennel. It's entertaining to go hurrah when a great one lose, or anything other past that may have not such a great ending, or the truth to be told. You know, there's a whole lot of covered rocks that got turned over with the truth up under them. You got to turn them rocks over and let the truth come out. See, that's where a lot of this shit happened when I came, especially when we start talking about Mayday and Stone City Dogs and Evolution and Chico Lopez and all that. Hey, I got a PhD in those guys because I was around before those guys were. Let me remind y'all that. There wouldn't be no Mayday Blondie shit if I wasn't in connection with both camps. Like they was my family. And they were. So, don't get yourself screwed up and acting like you know they something that they ain't when it comes to y'all, they may be. But don't go sweating my nerves when I come in with the truth, because I ain't got no reason to lie on them. And sure, I ain't got no reason to hate on them, because they had good dogs. You never hear me say nothing about Macho Buck. You hear me say something about Awesome Mayday when he was supposed to be an all-women, had this fake-ass dog up there and all of a sudden disappeared. Yes, I'm going to always speak on that because that dog was not real. I'm going to always talk shit about Macho Buck because there was dogs that should have been Dog of the Year over him. Competition shows that. Period. Politics. I'm not hating on the dog. You didn't say nothing about Macho Buck. I said his career was bullshit. He didn't deserve Dog of the Year. That's all I said. Not telling him to put the dog down. But did he produce anything great? He's not Bebe. Sorry. He's not Bebe. Not too many of them got to that level. Just keeping it real with you. Consistent. None of that shit was consistent like hardcore. None of that shit was consistent like Stone City. None of that shit was consistent like Southern Kennels. Guess what? It wasn't even consistent with Going Hard. Nor was it consistent with Black Ice and any other shit that was used was as consistent as those guys. Evolution never got to that level. Chico really never got to that level. He took all that shit overseas, lied on them, brought it back over here, and sold y'all with that shit. So if he doesn't like what the hell I'm saying, he ain't gonna tell nobody but y'all. Leave y'all as the little fools running around here think y'all gonna have a conversation with me, the originator. Can't stand that part when nobody even step on that dial until I did. You sure don't want to talk about that. Ain't nobody refuted that part yet. Nobody. Have they? So, give you guys a little bit more to stand up on and start defending yourselves. You know, matter of fact, I would say stop defending yourselves and defend your dogs. You're trying to use your dogs as a pedestal, and you're stepping on your own shit to step up on somebody else's. And when you find out, when we try to step up there to see what kind of mountain you're standing on, we both fall. Because you were standing on shit anyway. It just took me to stand on there with you to find out. Don't like my way of doing that? Then guess what? Stop sticking out there looking for somebody to stand up there and test it. Dog game. Everything about this shit is competitive. Nobody's scared of nobody around here. Best way to get that shit out in the opening and shit is put them dark shades on, you know, night vision, and then go hunting. Don't know when, don't know where, and don't know who. Just go look. Never know what you'll find. But that's the right way to do it instead of running your mouth all upstairs, trying to be something that you're not downstairs. Don't even know what the downstairs look like. Probably don't even know how to get there. But we need to stop all this. And when we stop all this, then I think the game will get settled in a little better than where it's at, you know, and leave everybody in their proper categories. Again, you know, you can't take a game dog and say that all our dogs ain't shit because our dogs ain't running treadmills and doing competition and you know, climbing up walls and shit. And you can't tell me your dogs are going to ever be a bigger prospect than anything that I did that I was putting down. You got me fucked up. I'll never let nobody get away with telling me no dumbass shit like that. Y'all accept that, but I'll never accept it. I appreciate the consideration, but it's not the truth. Don't call your shit game when I have game shit. You don't know what game this is, if that's what the best you looking for. I need a whole lot more than that for it to work over fucking here. Two different categories. Keep them that way. Can't be calling your shit game like this over here, yet you're taking this game shit over here and you're trying to make it fit your world without doing nothing that we're doing over here in this world. It's not going to work. The only ones that can believe that shit is these naive idiots who don't want to listen to shit anyway. But that's why you don't come to this room if you don't like my words, because I'm going to give it to you real. Because I am that competitor. I am that only person that feel like it only answer in the box. Give a fuck about the breeders. Don't give a fuck about you bystanders, you bashers. None of that. Because the answers are always in the truth. You want to know the truth? You know where it takes to go to get the truth. That's where you'll find most great ones standing. And ain't worried about shit when we standing there. Don't need Facebook, TikTok, podcast, and nothing else. Okay? Remember that. You're not going to share those two worlds. And, you know, I don't know about everybody else, but I'm an advocate. I'm an advocate to put y'all on the bus every time I do this show. So you're getting the full impact of what it is. You're not getting it sugared up or watered down. It might not look right, might not taste right, might not feel right. That's because you ain't used to the truth. Keep hanging around here and get more of the truth. All that shit is fix itself. If you got any questions, feel free to speak up, talk up. You know what I'm saying? I think the poll gives me a lot, as far as I'm concerned, to put a message out there that I hope spread like wildfire to the other shows and give them a chance to talk about that shit, because they have the same arguments. They deal with the same shit. You know, they're always being tested and graded and everything else. I mean, the guys that do the competition shit, the only thing you're doing wrong is, if you're going to be that way, stay that way. Don't try to put some of that shit over here, because it don't belong over here. Keep all that shit over there. I don't want none of that shit, because I don't do none of that shit. You're not going to go looking for a game dog nowhere over there. So stop trying to put your bloodlines, they look like my bloodline, but it ain't my shit. It's your shit over here. Got to accept that, because that's the choices y'all make. Let your choices be your choices and leave us alone over here. Because, you can call your shit game for what it does over there. But it is in no aspect being graded upon what we call game over here. We can't share the same word. We can't share the same word. I try to make it like we can, but we can't. I'm sorry.
Before I go into this poll, I want everybody to know this channel in no way, shape, or form condones, support, nor participates in any illegal activities, state, local, or federal laws that violate the Animal Welfare Act of 1979. This channel is strictly for the historical, fictional, and educational and entertainment purposes only.
Live by the disclaimer. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock, money. Anybody got any questions, man?
Let me get into this poll right quick. We have 160 participants in the poll tonight.
Yeah, okay.
The poll question was, if you had a chance to revisit the past of the American Pit Bull Terrier gang, which of these would you prefer to be? A, the breeder of an American Pit Bull Terrier got 9%. B, the hunter of an American Pit Bull Terrier got 11%. C, breeder/hunter of your own line got 78%. And D, just a spectator of the sport got 2%.
I'm gonna tell you, I hope that 2% spectators a funny one. Most spectators, they funny. They don't have nothing to lose. They don't have no dogs. They just dare to be in the game. As soon as they start talking shit on somebody else's shit, they get shut up real quick. You ain't got a damn dog. Shut the fuck up. You ain't got no business even down here. What the fuck is you doing here? They spectators, they ain't safe. It's good. They better be funny or quiet. You can be funny or quiet.
A lot of spectators kept us on them pots they couldn't run us from, though.
Well, the spectators are good because they're gamblers. Let me keep it what the spectator is. A spectator is somebody who ain't got to have no dog. Most spectators are guys who's trying to jump on the bandwagon. Everybody gamble. 9 times out of 10, most spectators is trying to jump on a bandwagon, trying to make some damn money. That's why it's very seldom you hear a spectator trying to act like a dog man down in the basement. He will get cussed out. But they can tell you what they saw. And like I said, ain't too many of them down there without coming down there to gamble. What else is their purpose? They don't have no other purpose to be there. Ain't got no business there if they ain't trying to gamble. Because one day you run across that thing where everybody look around you and tell me if there's anybody in here you don't know. Act like you know.
Want to give a big shout out to my man Rudy Kennels coming in with a 5-piece. He said, keep speaking them facts, twin. 100.
Trying to, baby. They might not like it, man. But at least I'm telling them the truth, Tony. I'm not telling them the truth. Sometimes the truth don't want to be heard. Sometimes the truth don't want to be known. See, if the truth ain't known, then the truth can be many things. For many people, they can make a truth. Some of the biggest fake-ass people in the world can tell you they know the truth. And they are the truth. So who's to decide? But one place you can put all that shit on the table. All arguments and everything, and you in that real world of the dark, In that real world of the dog, we ain't got to go through none of this shit. For real. For real. Competitiveness is always born in a pit bull. He always hungry to scratch. Even the sorry ones want to fight. I would have to say in my world, they all fight. I've seen many come to the box and act like they didn't want to fight, but how did they get that far without trying to fight? How in the fuck did this dog get here? Well, guess what? You need to go ask the person who bought that shit. Maybe you'll learn something of what you should not do, if that's what you had to say about that shit. Go over there and find out. You haven't even started, so you need to keep on going over there and asking them questions so you don't make those mistakes. Get some balls under you and go ask, instead of getting out here talking about somebody else's shit. Don't have shit to back up on your own. Come on now. Don't talk about another man's shit unless you got something he can call out. Because that's the worst thing I want to hear is somebody who's running their mouth and ain't got nothing I can call out. You ain't got shit I can put on your ass? No, I'm really mad. You really need to shut the fuck up. Because now you making me mad. I'm ready to fight for my dogs now. Fuck the dogs. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't got nothing. I can't kill nothing on your yard. I can't go in your pocket and wipe out your whole feeding process, your whole breeding program, because you running your mouth. Because guess what? Real bulldog man, they'll say, well, okay, let's do that. And believe me, a real dog man ain't gonna be going into no one person, no 3 or 4 times, like Yellow went into this one guy. He can get some get back. You see a couple guys getting them guys a chance to get back. You can't talk shit about them. You can't talk shit about them. If I can make a 5-piece off of you and you want some get back, then I can make another 5 off of you. I'm gonna give you a chance to get it back. Don't come down the line for some other person ain't even did shit where he went in that person 2 times. He ain't beat nobody. Well, how do you know? He got paid. Bet you that. Whatever the fuck it was. How many times we gamble and say, let's come get back? I need some get back. I mean, gamble works in all ways. The competition is still a gamble. Not getting caught is a gamble. Breeding this whole goddamn thing is a gamble. Okay, that's why it's supposed to be where it's not supposed to be. And it's upstairs. Too many of us is getting it mixed up. Too many of us is grabbing remnants that don't even know what half of you're talking about. You're grabbing too much remnants of this thing and you're trying to put it all upstairs and it's not looking right upstairs. You got a lot of confusion. You got a lot of hatred. You got a lot of backlash. You know, everybody got somebody they want to stand behind. And really, most of the time, it's because you got something invested, either a belief, a liking, it's something that you're trying to stand for. Okay, it's all good upstairs. But downstairs, that shit don't even matter. And not at all. Your roids, your breedings, ain't none of that shit. Because guess what? Regardless of what it is, the answers only can be answered inside the box. And if you're not inside the box, then you can't play by yourself. You need somebody to play with you. Where do you fall in that category at? Or do you even fit the category, period? I always say if you're in a spectator, then you definitely got to be a nobody. Because nobody has no business. Somebody ain't got no business there. That's what a nobody is. Nobody can be the police. Because he just ain't got no business there. He ain't got no dogs. You know what I'm saying? You really don't know nothing about the game. You just here. Why? You're not going home to eat nothing. You know what I'm saying? And then act like you know it, like you've been doing this shit for years. You've probably been a nobody for years, just being around the game and not even a spectator. That's worse than a spectator. Somebody who knows the game and ain't even got to the category of a spectator. That's pitiful. Okay. Okay? That's a nobody. All right? We got a lot of those. You know, guaranteed. But what else, Mike? Anybody got any questions? Again, I appreciate y'all listening to me. Let's not take nothing all out of content now. First of all, let's be reminded we're over here in my time. You know, as we get ready to load back the head back to your time, don't take no personal feelings back up there and go putting it on anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing about the past, you cannot change. So when you leave the past in the past and you try to take it to the future, guess what? The future's going to get pissy at your ass because they can't change what it is. So it is what it is, regardless of whether they like it or not. That's how I want you to take my words. Because I'm here for you. I ain't got to give you shit. I got to tell you shit. But I like what I do. And I like it because guess what? If I don't do it, I don't think nobody else can do it good enough. Not to saying that they can't. I'm just saying for what? I'm trying to give you guys, I'm going to give you guys something with, I don't ask for nothing in between. Yeah, we got these, you know, the cash apps and the thing like that. It's, I mean, we don't even beg for the shit. And we're both sick old men, you know, and trust me, I find it pretty hard for me to continue doing this. Because, like I said, I'm always talking about that Indian commercial back in the day where he's standing over America looking at all the trash and how y'all just trashed his land when he had how pretty it was and how flourishing it was. And when he see all the trash and the smoke and what y'all done did to the country, he hears that little tear run down his eye. But that's how I look at the dog game. I look out there amongst all y'all and see all these old kennels doing time and people getting busted and people dry snitching. I mean, just taking some of the grace and just throwing mud on them and taking the buzzards and just putting them on pedestals that have no, I never had no idea that you tell a lie and hold that lie a secret and pop it up out of a Pandora's box. You could get away with it years later. But see, I come in, I start putting some damn truth behind that shit and everybody gets mad. Because they all have something invested. All tried to get away with something. They all thought they had everybody food until you had Johnny Appleseed dropping seeds around. And just to piss everybody else off, not only did I drop seeds, I came around with water and put water on them to grow. I tell you this shit to put the seed thought in your mind. Then I come right back again and put water on it. I mean, people don't know my key. Then that means you got a whole bunch of videos to go back into because you won't find it in one video. You'll find it in all the videos. You'll find everything about our life in all the videos. There was a whole purpose of this shit. Sometimes I come in here just to just sit down in this chair and just tell y'all whatever comes in my head from my experience of what we have done. Because it's related to whatever subject might come up with. And it's going to make sense to y'all because it's coming from a sensible person who knows what I'm talking about. Not faking the funk, not reading the funk, not trying to be the funk. Just telling you exactly what I did, my frame of mind, my thoughts, my way that I saw it to execute, and the people involved in my mindset that make me and put me in the position that I can sit down here and give you the jewels that I've given you. You know what I mean? You think I'm stupid sitting in this chair telling you the shit that I'm telling you and you think I don't know what I'm giving y'all? Really? Come on. Then y'all really done got to do, y'all ain't learned that lesson yet. Show can't be no fool. Damn, this nigga be really telling some shit. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Because if I don't do it, guess what? When you go looking again and you can't find nothing else that makes sense, come back to me. Come back to me. All right? That's all I got to say. Because as you get wiser, you get smarter, it'll always bring you back to what I said anyway. And you'll be one of those people that can say, I heard Twin say that shit. He was right. I tried that shit Twin told me, man. That shit worked. Man, I went home and got rid of all that shit, man. You know what? That shit made sense. I started counting bag food, bags of dog food, and pounds of shit, man. And I'm looking around this yard, they looking like Jeep and all those dogs, but they ain't Jeep and all those dogs. I'm just spending money for some shit that I'm just looking at. Do the math. Is that what you really want to do, or is that what you want to talk about? The show ain't being about it. Let me leave it there.
Damn! Hey, man, let me go ahead and
I got my shit on. Every time I start talking that shit, you notice, y'all, when I start talking that shit on Talk Shit Tuesday, I'm walking around with this shit. Y'all notice them last couple shows on Tuesday? What am I wearing? Huh? Y'all see them faces? The old art, you know what I mean? Look at this Sporting Dog Journal all up on that shit. That legendary shit. That ain't for me. That's for the game. For the game, y'all. Scratch the win. For the game.
Hey, my man Marlo said, going hard, that macho line was not a bad line. Why you think that?
Yeah, I said it was. I said it didn't do what the first breeding did. I didn't say anything about the macho line being bad. I never even said nothing bad about Macho Buck. Macho was off of Blondie and Mayday. Macho, one-time winner. Macho had Little May's sister, Hannah, and them dogs. Okay? Champion Hannah won. Okay? That's all I said. There was not one OOM that came out of that breeding. I got an OOM and a two-time winner out of my first Mayday Stone City Cross. That's all I said. Who? Well, baby, created 4 champions. I mean, I can tell, I said I got an OOM and a two-time winner. And a couple other ones when you want to add up the brother, Bucko, and a couple more Stone City dogs that crossed with Mayday when I bred the Nico Jr., when I've got dogs off of Nico and Stone and Hardcore. Hey, you go back and do your research and come back and tell me something different. So when you say what Macho and them wasn't, go do your research. And if you can say that, you tell me, where did I say something wrong comparing to what I just said about my shit, being I was the first one to do it. That's all.
I hope that answers your question, Mr. Marlowe.
Because not one time did I ever put down Macho. I said Macho Buck shouldn't have never been Dog of the Year. And I ain't putting him down. I say he did not deserve Dog of the Year. And I sat right there and pulled up his wins compared to the dogs that was on the same list, and he shouldn't have. We can call it my opinion, but that opinion of a competitor, yeah, it does carry some weight. Because I can sit there and point it out to you. True Colors got 2 of them in there, and one of them was the grand champion, and I can guarantee you their matches was definitely harder than Macho Bucks. So, I mean, the only thing he had going for him, to be honest, was the referees. And just a few of those. Everything else, yeah. And considering that, you know, the way the jungle was being played at that time, you know, there was a whole lot of shit going on, things that y'all don't know. But never once have you ever, one person said that I said Macho Buck wasn't shit. I said Chico and I said Evolution. I never said a damn thing about their dogs. So don't get shit twisted. And I stand on what I say because guess what? Go do your research. If you can read, you'll find out what I'm saying is the truth. Don't try to find you all women in that first breeding like I got. Matcha came up with Hannah. It was Matcha and Macho. All these other breedings that these dogs kept falling out of the sky. I mean, I'm gonna tell you what I know. There was 3 dogs that was born that I knew for a fact. It came from off of Mayday and Blondie. It was 3. I don't know about all these rest of them, and they must have did it a couple times. But I can tell you for sure 2 of them for a fact. Matcha and Macho. And Victor had another one. And that was a female. That it might have been Hannah. I know one of them. But for a couple years after this breeding, these puppies was on the ground, there was only conversation about 2 dogs, Macho and Matcha. That's the first breeding. They made Mayday to Blondie, Yellowbuck's litter mate's sister. What did they get out of it? My breeding, my Mayday stuff bred to Stone City stuff. I have here all them and a 2-time winner. And the rest of them as puppies, they shook the world. When they did see them, all the right eyes got a chance to see what I sold them. They saw 6 puppies scratching in a full-size box. A full-size box going corner to corner, the whole litter. No bumping noses, nothing. Just take them to the box and face them and let them go. That's what they saw. That was enough to make them stop arguing and trying to bark at each other. For them to go ahead and do it, then guess what? Whether y'all hate it or not, I guess I made a difference. You know, I'm like Sheriff Powell. I mean, there's some good dogs that came out of Macho and them. I mean, I ain't never knocked Macho anyway. I never said Macho wasn't shit. I just said that he didn't deserve the shit that he got. Macho, he was a 1-time winner. That was as far as he went. I think he died shortly after that. Everybody else, no. There was nobody else. Matcha, the sister, Macho and Matcha. They was the ones that was the words was on. You know, those was the ones that we saw them trying to make breedings. All these other ones come falling in. Hey, when you see what I seen in there, dogs was falling in like they was Maurice Carver's dog, okay? So let's stop that shit. And then a lot of it was being accepted because they was all had a part of it. So when you see everybody's having a part of it, and this is why nobody's saying anything, then, and guess where you hearing it from? You're hearing it coming from me. I'm in contact. I know everybody. I mean, the fact that Victor let it happen, he didn't say nothing. Stone City, that's in them. They seen what was going on. There ain't nobody saying nothing. As long as everybody getting theirs, everybody stayed quiet. But no, I didn't stay quiet. Because the truth be told, but y'all hate the fact that I took my Mayday shit and crossed it with my Stone City shit. Y'all hated to hear that. Why? Is it the fact that it's a darky sitting here saying that? Or is it the fact that, you know, my attitude and the way I talk shit kind of gets under y'all skin to hate to see I'm that guy? Which one is it? If I hadn't got shit out of it, would y'all be saying anything to me about it? No. But guess what? I did get something out of it. I got something out of it to change all their minds. But don't be for that move. No telling where this game would have went based on what they was headed to, because sure enough, Mayday was trying to get Yellowbuck. Victor was trying to get Stone City's ass because Stone City beat him a couple times too. But Victor wanted their ass. He wanted this Mayday shit on their shit. He would have got a chance to kill all that shit. He would have. He had no problem coming after Stone City because he finally had the right dogs. Me, I got them both. Now, does that sound like I'm hating on the dogs that I bought together? If I hated on either one of them, why would I put them together? What am I doing with them? I still had to breed red ace to Mayday to even get the thing started. To even get the brat, to even be able to get the brat and little Mayday, to even make that breeding to the little dog I came back with from Puerto Rico when I lost the Tommy boy. And I lost the Tommy boy with red ace. Brat was here already on the ground. Little Mayday was here already on the ground. They was puppies, but they were younger than Little Buck. Little Buck was older than them. That's right. By the time Little Buck came around, came of age, Little Mayday had a daughter. And her first heat, she wasn't even a year old yet. Her first heat, I bred her to Little Buck, Stone City, Yellow Buck, and Miss Nico. And that's where that litter came from. That was the first cross that was made from a Mayday dog to a Stone City dog. And I had enough to talk shit because everybody was mad at me. Victor got mad at me. Jesse got mad at me. Big Mike, you know, he's a cheerleader, so he was hanging around with Jesse. But guess what? They got a chance to come and see for themselves. Even they couldn't deny what they saw that night. So, hey, if that makes me part of that perception, guess what? That's okay, because I was also championing the brat. Running around breeding the Mayday before everybody else even got a chance to taste chocolate. That makes y'all mad because I was there. What would make you mad? Because I don't speak Latino. Or I'm not Maurice Carver, one of them guys. I'm like Cheryl Powell. I'm like Cheryl Powell, enshrined, whether you like it or not. I'm part of that history. Always will be. Like Cheryl Powell on Tornado. Whole bottom side. All right? There's a whole lot of injection and God got something to do with it, ain't it? You don't like it, that's on y'all. I'm just saying, go holler at your sports guy. Maybe you need to get you a new agent. Maybe your sports guy ain't my sports guy. My sports guy took me on a journey. Maybe you need to hook up with my dude. My dude put me in all the right places with all the right people. And I enjoyed the most important thing about this game. And that was everything. Everything. Everything y'all read about, I seen. And the things that I didn't see, guess what? I can stand next to the person who was there. I don't have to get it through 3 or 4 hands. I can go right to the person, stand right there. Hey, Tom, tell me how you beat up Fat Bill's bitch again. Since he was making it such a joke. Because the way Fat Bill was and the way he was acting, you know how Fat Bill is. So it felt funny to hear Tom talk about how he enjoyed kicking Chi-Chi's ass. And the look on their faces. You know, that's all I'm saying. Okay, I had to go hear from another person. I heard it from the person who did it. Didn't have to be there. Could have been there if I wanted to be. It wasn't too many I didn't get a chance to go to, because if I wanted to go, I would go. That's why I got a chance to see a lot. So I was a hunter, and I got a chance to hunt around with people who would pick up the phone and say, hey man, this is what's up. What's up? Okay, I'll be there. That's why I can talk about all these people in all these places. Yeah, I've been refereed all that. I mean, it's just my time in the game, that's all. I mean, you can't be up there taking my words and trying to match it up with somebody else's unless they've done what I've done. And there's not too many people going to sit there and say that y'all haven't already met, okay? But so many of them people haven't been on this show. There's a few that haven't. There's been a few out here enough to know. And you didn't spoke to, and you didn't heard on this show. You know, and guess what? How'd they get through here? They got through here through who? Have you ever heard any of them act like they didn't know who I was? So when I ask questions, ask them like you know. Act like you know who I am. But see, when it comes to me acting like you don't know who I am, then you get that sharp, that answer hurts a little bit, like it's got a sharp edge to it. Because when you ask the question, first ask the question knowing who I am, so it don't sound so obvious like you're trying to be funny or you acting like you're trying to say something, you know, you're going to get checked on. Either way, it might not feel good the way I answer it. So that'll stop a lot of that shit from happening because I'm not the norm. Shit that y'all used to do and talking to and getting up under people's skin who, you know, fakes are just exposed real easily. You can get one to flipping and flopping. Y'all can just take advantage of him like he's chump. But it's hard to do when you're dealing with a shark. Finding out that you sticking your arm too deep, far down in the water trying to feed me and getting bit because you're trying to play that game. That's your fault. Don't take it so personal.
Stay out of shark-infested waters if you can't swim.
That's all. That's all. Remember, I'm a competitor. I am the pit. I do play in the pit, so I'm going to act like a pit. I'm going to scratch hard. And don't act like you're going to get a continuing. Don't go asking the referee for a scratch to continue, because you pick up, then you can get it. Okay? And then I'll scratch the win just to make sure we both go home legit. Okay? That's how I do it. Give you one more chance to win your money. I don't care. Everybody, oh, I wouldn't do it. So what? You wouldn't do it anyway because you're not a competitor anyway. I'm competing on my dog. Fuck that money. I'm trying to show y'all when I get my motherfucking money while I'm getting. Send my goddamn dog over there to finish it. Even if he ain't got to. Going hard way is scratch the win. Because we ain't taking no cur home. Don't scratch the win. Now, I don't want that money, man. Take your money home, man. I ain't never gonna let a real dog, man, walk out the door without his money and I done got a piece of shit cur-ass dog that couldn't even finish. Then today we gonna both go home happy because we ain't lose shit. Ah!
Marlo said he owned 357.
Well, Marlo didn't he already know. Marlo, you should already know. Why would I talk anything about motherfucking Macho when you already know about 357? And you show me one tape anywhere in there that I said that Macho wasn't shit. You won't nobody, can't none of y'all ever said I said one thing about Macho. I said everything about Chico and evolution. Everything. If he had 357, then he knows exactly what I'm talking about. He actually knows exactly what I'm talking about because 357, he was a good dog. He was part of that chemistry. He wasn't Mayday. He wasn't Yellow Buck. But he was a badass dog. And he could throw some good dogs. Super Kennels did a good job with that dog. I mean, he was a buck dog. You know, that's what we use. Shit, I tried to breed the 357. You want to know the truth? And with the shit I was going to breed to him, I was going to be brat, sassy, and baby the 357. Shit. Yeah, 357 was a pretty good dog. Omega Red was a nice dog. I seen a lot of Super Kennels in them dogs. I was really impressed with Super Kennels. To me, they the black STP, them and the Colored Brothers. There was two Kennels that was just my heroes back in the day where I had to share Triple M, Mau Mau, Abrahams, McNasty, Vietnam. Them was my Kennels right there. And you know why? Because we all had one thing in common. We were all black.
Marlo said, you said the line wasn't consistent.
Yeah, the Macho Buck's line ain't consistent. I mean, to this day, come on. Marlo, are we talking about 357 or are we talking about Macho Buck? So let me see you start running them. Show me some consistent shit. Not some dogs that just getting bred. Show me where is the consistency at. Show me 117 wins and 14 losses like I just did you with our shit. And that's with Macho Buck. If you're trying to defend him, there's your chance. I'm not going to back off of what I just said. I'm giving you a chance to stand behind what you're saying. I just showed you 117 wins, 56 dogs. Now you dig into Macho Buck's ass and show me something more consistent than that. And let's not try to use that Chico bullshit because that ain't going to work. Can't use Chico's bullshit because that was all bullshit. You showed me some United States matches. Not none of that fake ass shit that was going on over there with what he was doing.
Marlo said my kennel was super kennel.
Well, come on now. Why would I be talking about what am I denying with super kennels? And I'm sitting here talking about super kennels.
I don't know what part of super kennels you is, Marlo.
But how in the world is you talking for evolution or are you talking for 357? Or you're not listening. If you are super kennels, then you clearly understand what I just said. Super kennels is not Macho Buck. But because Macho Buck was off for 357, what he supposed to be what? Don't change shit. He was just off for 357. He wasn't nothing like 357. He was a good dog off of 357, but he ain't produced shit like 357. He ain't produced shit like our shit. And I'm giving you a chance to prove that. We're not talking about 357, we're talking about Macho Buck. Like I'm talking about my going hard shit.
That's it.
That's it. Ain't that what I said? Well, I'm not talking about being, super kennels in 357. I said Macho Buck. And Macho Buck ain't nowhere close to no baby. Goes to who he off of. It's because he's off for 357. I put 357 where he belongs. He's up there with Yellow Buck and all them other dogs. He's a great producer. But don't try to fit Macho Buck in there and think I'm going to back down off of that shit, because I ain't. I'm going to give 357 and Super Kennels all that. I told you, I've always been a fan of 357. Don't try to put me somewhere I don't belong. If you want to put 357 with Macho Buck, then you take him right on in there with my shit. Take 357 right up in there and line his ass up right along with my shit then. But you make sure you do it by Macho Buck like I do it with my two. Buck Rogers and Baby. I don't need Mayday. I don't need Yellow Buck. And they're in my line. And don't forget that. Those are my shits. I got Brat. I had Red Ace. I had Baby. I had Buck Rogers. I'm the one to breed that shit. I'm not trying to talk about your shit. But that's Macho Buck is not Super Kennels. Just because he's off of Super Kennels, like my shit was off, Mayday was off of Mayday, so what that mean?
Speaking for Super Kennels, Marlo.
Marlo, if he is part of Super Kennels, look, it doesn't even matter.
We know too many of them, so
I know.
We don't need you to speak.
You better go look.
I was going to get Jesse.
Not only Jesse, my man that we took the pictures with, he knows exactly who I'm talking about.
We know.
There's a whole bunch of Super Kennels dudes out there. I'm talking to the quiet one. I know who I'm talking to, and I ain't talking to Marlo. I'm talking about your other boy. You had 357, that's right. But just because 57 was off of Macho Buck was over 357, that don't mean what that supposed to mean. He didn't deserve Dog of the Year. I ain't gonna change that shit, so what else is it? I said it wasn't consistent. Macho Buck shit wasn't consistent. You can't throw none of that shit you be talking about with Chico taking overseas. So let's get off of that bullshit and let's talk about the shit that was here. Marlo, I'm waiting. I didn't say nothing about that, but just being you want to bring it in there, I am that competitor too. I mean what I say. Ain't none of y'all out there scare me. Not one. Then or now. So I'm gonna give you a chance to go do that homework. And you show me where he's consistent. Just because he offered 357, that don't mean shit to me. I said that Macho Buck didn't deserve Dog of the Year because it was far better dogs. True Colors had a better grand champion than he did. Number two, Show me what Macho Buck did outside that fake ass shit that Chico took over there to goddamn Mexico. Show me what Macho Buck did in the United States. Show me that he's even the dog on the OOM or anything like 357. He ain't produced nothing like 357, so stop it. And if he had, show me. Show everybody else, Super Kennels. You talking to an old vet, and definitely a competitor. Don't act like I don't know what I'm talking about, because now I'm going to be looking for those answers. And I'm looking for them. And I'm waiting. I put his computer up and we go in and look and have everybody, let's go see what he's talking about. We'll do that. We'll do that on Friday if that's what you choose to do. Give you a chance to do your homework and see what did I say was so wrong when you got to shoot Super Kennels up at me. As much as I enjoy Super Kennels watching what they do. Shit, 357 wasn't the only badass dog I had. I had more champions down there than goddamn STP. So for you to go shooting 357 across the bow, I mean, come on, man. Come on. That ain't the only dog y'all had worth talking about. Come on now. And you want to go in there and use that to save Macho Buck? Stop it. Macho Buck was a good dog. I never once ever said he wasn't. I said Macho Buck blood did not produce consistent. It shows up in a lot of lines based on the way it's bred. There's a whole lot of that going on. Whole lot of that going on. But you're not going to show me nothing outside of that fake ass shit that Chico was doing with the shit, bro. You ain't going to show that shit to me, knowing that I know better. I come from that era and was paying attention too. Remember, like I said, I had Sarah Cal. How'd I get her? Got her from Evolution. Got a couple dogs from Evolution. Had Ugly. Where did Ugly end up? At Evolution. What yard she come from? My yard. So what you trying to tell me like I don't know what I'm talking about? Super Kennel.
Quit talking, Marlo.
Come on, Marley.
And start showing some shit. Your line. I clearly hear you talk about your line, so you know we clearly talking
about your line. So let's hear it. We want to hear it.
I don't want to keep hearing that bullshit.
We want to hear
now
facts.
It's time to start showing you some goddamn facts. You don't know how this works.
Yeah.
Your line, you know your line. Be here Friday, we'll talk about your line.
Well, I'm going to make it a point to bring it. It's going to come up Friday anyway, being you brought it up. Super Kennels, I enjoy you guys. Y'all always been a great kennel to me, but guess what, my friend? Guess what? Super Kennels is no different than any other kennel I went into. Good or the bad, it don't matter. It ain't me and you doing anything, it's our dogs. So, you know, you saying all that shit you saying, you're going to have to come with some words, bro. You're going to have to show some facts. Right now, you just talking. I'm going to give you that room to talk. But come Friday, we're going to have to be ready to prove your point. You're going to have to be ready to prove your point because you asked for it, and I am that competitor. So I will step right over in that wall with you. Don't give a damn who you are. So if you're ready to do that, we do that Friday. You're going to show us, everybody, since you brought it up, how consistent your shit with Macho Buck was. Didn't say nothing bad about Macho Buck. Didn't say nothing bad about 357. But being that you want to keep bringing this shit up, trying to make him something that he weren't, then we're going to give you a chance to show us where my mistake is. Not talking the shit you're talking. I need to show you facts. So I'm going to give you a chance to give us some facts. Macho Buck didn't make that mug no ROM by himself. He needed more than just Macho Buck to become a registered mayor. Stop it, bro. You want to talk about Macho Buck? I got Mayday Stone City shit too. I got shit right off of Yellow Buck. Fuck that mean? Little Buck is the one that produced that litter. And he ain't even no he ain't even 357 and produced the ROM, 4 champions, and a 2-time winner, and he was off a yellow buck and Miss Nico. Produced just as good as your 357, if not better. Proving it. Now I'm gonna give you a chance to rebuke that, all right? Since you asked Super Kennels, like I'm supposed to be what? Got the right kennel. Yeah, I always admire Super Kennels, and they some badass boys. But that don't mean shit to me. When it comes to y'all coming at me, I will come right back. I'm going Hard Kennels. Nothing but a name. You want to defend that dog? Go ahead and try to defend him with me. I ain't going to stand down from nothing I'm saying about him. I never called him a bad dog. I said he wasn't consistent, and I meant what I said. I said his shit was taken over to Mexico, and it was some all bogus-ass shit and all that fake-ass shit with all them damn dogs that Chico was claiming was winning. Basically, off of his ass was bullshit, and I'm not going to stand down from that. I mean what I say. Now, you want to prove me something different? Show us some shit that was working in the United States where it's really real at. That's all I'm saying. That had nothing to do with the dog. No, they have anything to do with Super Kennels. You want to keep throwing that name around like what that shit supposed to mean to me? I'm going Hard Kennels. We ain't the same kennel name, so what that mean? So it don't bother me now. I'm giving you a chance to prove what you said. I didn't prove what I said. Now I'm giving you a chance to prove what you said. And you ain't done that yet. So I'm going to give you the Friday. I'm going to give you a chance because guess what? We're going to make it a show about that just because you brought it up. Like I'm supposed to be worried about Super Kennels. Come on, bro. Just outside of mine, you don't mean I was scared of you. Wanted to breed to your shit. Couple of them. Omega Red, all that shit. Y'all have some shit. Always have had some shit. But don't come up in here like, you know, y'all, you ain't a hardcore, you ain't Stone City, but you are one of my favorites. I got to admit that, okay? That bucket shit and all that shit y'all was running, it was definitely good bread shit. But don't do that with me, because I ain't no youngster. And you're going to prove what you say. You're going to stand on what you say, being you said it. And that's what I'm going to hold you to. You don't say it, then you don't have to back it up. But once you say it, you got to back it up. I said he wasn't consistent. I'm still standing on it. Now show me where I'm wrong. That's all I'm saying. Give me a chance to fix that. And don't use none of goddamn 357's offsprings other than Macho Buck. I said Macho Buck. Okay, fella, I'm ready, man.
I'm more curious that what happened to that litter twin 1 and 2?
What litter you talking about?
Courtney, what litter are you talking about?
So what that mean? Stone City came to my yard. I mean, we were damn near running partners. What that supposed to mean? I mean, I'm asking what that supposed to mean? Stone City come to my yard. I had a lot of Stone City dogs on my yard that Jesse was giving me. And I mean, come on. They brought Joe bitch to breed them. I would have did the same damn thing. I would have brought Brock to your yard, goddammit, if I wanted to breed the 357. Shit. Why wouldn't I want to breed I would have bred the 357 with the brat. I'd have bred Baby to 357. You wanted to see some real dogs, goddammit, I'd have bred Baby to 357. At the time, y'all was so active and so busy, couldn't nobody get a hold of you for you get a return call. That's why 357 and like Omega Red and a lot of those dogs that we wanted to breed to, we kept missing each other because you got so many of y'all, you know, we didn't get to the right person to make it happen. Marlo. I had the shit to breed to him. That litter.
Pyro to Baby.
Pyro didn't work. Pyro Pyro got sent up because Pyro, she didn't have those puppies off of Pyro. But yeah, I had Pyro. That's right. Pyro was the red male. I know, yeah. Pyro didn't work out. Pyro was a good dog until we put a great dog on him. It just didn't work. He wasn't a match dog anyway. That we found out early. He wasn't nothing but a good bred dog. He wasn't. He was not going hard standards. I can tell you that. He was good enough to breed the baby, but when we put something a little harder on him, no, he wasn't. But he got sold right along with everybody else when I got out the dogs. He didn't ever quit. He just wasn't no match dog. And if you want to know the truth, I was trying to get the 357 blood, and that's the only reason I liked the Pyro, because he looked like 357. The only reason I even wanted to fuck with Pyro. I got Pyro and Sarakel. And what was the little brown male, Mike? Damn, what was his name?
Marlo, stop it. Stop it. I'm listening. You said they breeding to my dog. You said I'm not them. Well, I don't know who the hell you is. I know it's a whole bunch of goddamn super kennels.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of y'all.
A whole bunch of y'all.
There's a whole bunch of
So
y'all.
don't feed me that bullshit. You ain't super kennels by your damn self.
Sure ain't.
Let me stop saying it like you are.
Because you're not.
Because you're not. Who you think you're talking to?
You ain't by yourself.
You ain't by yourself.
There's a whole bunch of them. And as a matter of fact, you ain't in that one picture that we took of the boys with super kennels. You was not in that picture, so that means you wasn't there.
Well, hell, Jesse wasn't even there.
No, Jesse wasn't even there. I mean, but he know what I'm talking about, that picture we took with super kennels when we was up there at Tom's yard. Is he in there? He's not in that picture, so that proves that you're not the only one that's in part of super kennels. That's all I'm saying.
So 5.
I know it's 5 of them. I mean, I know
what in the picture.
Yeah.
And they one.
One of them wasn't there, and it must have been Marlo. But guess what? I got pictures of everybody but you.
Oh, Jesse wasn't there.
Jesse wasn't part of them.
Oh, the one that called in that day on the show? He was.
Oh, Jesse? Oh, yeah, we're talking about the one who was on...
Dr. J.
Dr. J? Yeah, remember he was supposed to get back with me. I got his number.
Right.
But that ain't Marlo, ain't him.
Right.
Oh, you talking about... I thought you were about talking about Jesse of Stone City.
No, I'm talking about Dr. J.
Dr. J. Dr. J, you know, I know him. You know what he talking about? You trying to make it what? What you trying to say? No, don't
Marlo, you got to Friday, bruh.
Yeah, you still got
You ain't got to keep going through all that.
No.
You ain't. This ain't even that discussion. You know what the discussion gonna be about.
I said the goddamn macho butt wasn't consistent.
And that's what we going on.
And we going on that.
You're gonna be proving that point.
Now you want to prove me wrong. Stop going to everywhere else. You're starting to sound like somebody, you know, don't make me have to be wondering if you really is with super kennels, because you're starting to sound like you ain't. Because on some real shit, all you got to do is show up Friday with them words to show me that I could be wrong. I don't have no problem saying you right. But if you can't, then, you know, accept the fact of what I said, because now I'm calling on what you said. I'm going to give you a chance to show me where I'm wrong. And I got my notes, and I'll show you my notes were about my shit. But we talking about Macho Buck, the shit that came off at 357. And we can show you some of our going hard shit that came by way of your shit that was better than that shit. So I'm waiting to get your ass come Friday. So you better be looking real good. Real good. Ben, you brought it up and I said that shit wasn't consistent. You want to stand up for him? Go ahead. I just don't want to make my shit look better than your shit since you think so highly of that Macho Buck. I'm gonna give you all that when I come at your ass Friday. So all that other shit you saying, come on, man.
We ain't talking different, bro. Ain't nothing changed.
What did I change? No, tell me what I changed. You see, you're saying something that ain't right. Tell me what I changed so I can make damn sure you might misunderstand me. I will make it even clearer to you. I ain't changing shit. I ain't gotta change. I don't run that damn way. You got the wrong motherfucker talking that shit to me. Show me where I changed. You steady saying shit, but you ain't giving up no answers. I'm trying to wait on these answers. I changed. What did I change? What did I change?
Marlo said he can't tell you what they did because he was in prison.
But you ain't talking. But you need to get back in your place. You the one stepping out of line saying shit that you can't prove. You the one not
consistent.
I said it wasn't consistent. Now all of a sudden you done turned into 357. I own 357. I'm Super Kennels. Like that's supposed to mean something to me. And you ain't coming with nothing better than that. Now you want to tell me you was in prison. And that ain't gonna be no goddamn excuse talking that shit you trying to talk to me, brother. You showed me where your shit was consistent, like you said. While you flinging your kennel around like you was all that, bro. Like, what do you think we gonna do? What you thought, how you thought I was gonna act? Huh? You still got to fix that, bro. And we gonna be on that. Care about you being in prison. You the one changing up now. All of a sudden now you in prison, you don't know shit. That mean all of a sudden now you don't know nothing. You spoke it up, but all of a sudden you got to tell us you was in prison. I was in prison too. Shit. What that mean? You said that shit was consistent. Now show everybody how consistent that macho buck shit was. And I'm gonna show you some 357 in our shit. I'm just waiting to hear this. I don't bring the shit. You bring it to me, I'm gonna show you I don't run from shit.
We ain't talking like that.
No, bro. We don't talk like that.
No,
we be about it.
Look, bro.
We don't talk
right there. That's a motto around this bitch. If you don't already know, don't talk about it. Be about it.
Now test that.
Test that shit. That's where we at. We ain't on that other shit.
You still talking. I hate to do this to Super Kennels. Maybe because you've been gone and you trying to use that name and you ain't got no business riding it like you trying to ride it. Accept the respect that you do get. But don't lose that. Because you'll lose it real quick fucking with this one. Because you is definitely in the wrong spot trying that shit with me, bro. If you want to test them waters, jump in that water and swim with me then. Friday, you going to be able to sit there and show us how consistent your macho buck shit is compared to my shit. Being that I would have loved to breed the 357 and any other dog that Super Kennels had. Very impressed with the kennel in itself. But what you speaking on? No, I ain't one of them dumplings, okay? And you don't come at me with some shit and think that you won't get caught on like I'm supposed to be what? Bowing down because you Super Kennel. That shit don't mean shit to me. You doing too much talking to even act like you representing Super Kennels to me. You talking too much and you ain't showing enough. So you need to quiet down and start showing some shit. All right? You the one doing too much talking. Because I'm going to show you. We ain't going to talk. We're going to show you. I'm going to give you a chance to show us, Ben, you bought all this shit up. You ain't going to jump off the bus that easy talking about somebody changing. Sound like some old fake brother shit. Don't come with that fake ass shit because you ain't going to get off the hook like that. I ain't going to let you off the hook. And I'm going to keep on reminding you what you said. It got me on your ass. Like I'm supposed to be worried about you because you Super Kennels. Who told you that shit? That's for these young people to be worried about. I come back from the times that you was in. Give a damn about no damn kennel name. What the hell you mean? Y'all was just running the same shit that I was running, and I liked it, y'all shit, and I liked what y'all was doing with that shit. And yes, y'all was a favorite of mine. But never no ass kisser or nothing like what you thinking you trying to do today. Like you know so damn much. Well, you got to prove that shit you said. You're going to have to prove that shit you said, or you're going to have to back down, bro. Because don't worry, you ain't going to never have to apologize to me. But believe me, I'm not letting it go. Somebody better give him a scratch to continue since you want to play that game. We're going to play that game. Ain't got to talk about it. We're going to be about it. Now, that's on you now. You want to keep talking. I can't wait till Friday. Because you going to show me something or you going to shut up. You bought it, so I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bring mine, you bring yours. Show me what that Macho Buck shit did outside that fake-ass shit Chico was doing over there in Mexico. Well, all that shit was a fraud. Like I said, Jesse didn't say nothing. Goddamn, Southern Kennels didn't say nothing about none of that old crazy shit that they was doing. Because they always making money out of it. I'm pretty sure Jesse and them came to your yard.
No, you said the line one. No, that ain't what the conversation about.
Oh,
that ain't the conversation, bro. Go back up a little bit more when we said it wasn't consistent.
Yeah,
Repeat that.
First you said you made it sound like I said something about Macho Buck. One thing I make clear to everybody, you're here all the time. I never say anything bad about Macho Buck. To talk about Macho Buck is like talking about the shit that I done when I made that cross. I just said the dog was not consistent. And I'm going to stand on that. Because that's like saying that Chico and Evolution, them, if that dog was in Super Kennel's hand, we'd be on a different type of conversation. But we're talking about coming out of their hands. That you want to ride on that shit, so I'm going to give you a chance to ride that bullshit. I'm going to show everybody how fake they shit was when it comes to me talking about your Macho Buck. Because he offered $357 because you Super Kennels. The fuck that mean to me? You better come in with your shit, act like you real Super Kennels come Friday. Because you're going to show me where I lied about the dog being, about him being consistent. Don't try to back up out of that with all this other shit, bro. Show me where that dog showed consistency. Like I said, baby had 4 champions. That's a bitch. And then you have Buck Rogers, then you have Bucko. Them was three of the three dogs out of that litter. That's 3. Yellow Day got stolen. D-Day got sold as a puppy. They had a little mate sister, she quit, and we got rid of her, and we got rid of her the right way. Ain't gonna be no Austin baby shit around here when you quit. 2 females, a red Brenda one look like Yellow Buck, and Baby. They look like Blondie in them. The other sister didn't get a chance to grow. She came up to age, she didn't make the test, so she didn't make it. Just because she was off a Little Buck and practically my daughter didn't mean shit to us. Bitch quit, she's gone. So that's 5 of the 6 still around. Then the little male, he was gone. And he got broke up when Yellow Day hit him in the back. Remember, he broke his hip. So he was never right. And I can tell you, Scratchline News know what happened to D-Day. Scratchline News know today, they know what happened to D-Day. All the other 3 still around. Yellow Day got stolen. And Buck Rogers and Baby did the inline results, and they both of them produced winners. Both of them. Buck Rogers was bred to some good-ass dogs. He didn't have puppies, and the only litter he had is when we bred him the champion Pretty Mama's daughter, a Beetlejuice Red Boy Cross. And got them 4 males, them 3 males. Other than that, man, come on now. Well, I think Macho Buck should be an all-win. He should be. He should be. I mean, I know one damn thing. You're going to see some shit off of 357 on our line and shit because 357 was a popular dog to us back then. We looked at him like we looked at Yellow Buck. We looked at him like we looked at Mayday. Back then, 357 was right up there with Mayday and Yellow Buck to me. If we had the opportunity to breed to the dog, we would have bred to him. He was definitely on my list. I was a super Kennels friend. I was not only super Kennels, I was down with the Colored brothers. I was trying to get up with them. I talked to them a few times. But I was really trying to get up with the boy that actually had 357, because I wanted to breed Brat to 357. I wanted to breed Blondie, the one off of Nico Jr. to Sassy to 357. You know, I wanted to breed the CD bitch off of Sassy. They didn't go directly to 357. We got a dog, there's some dogs off of 357 in our line, but it wasn't no Macho Buck. But, you know, we got Macho Buck in our line right now with the Michael Myers shit. And we know the bitch we got is a bad little bitch, so what the fuck? While he's doing all that yakking, you know, if we didn't like this shit, it wouldn't be on our yard any fucking way. So evidently, you know, something going on. Don't be trying to, I mean, that's what I'm saying about people. You just got to pick a fight with somebody, but you can't stand on what you started. I'm telling you, you got the right one. But I don't never back down or sit down. Man, you brought it up, I'm going to keep on riding the shit, and hell no, I ain't going to let it go until you show me where the consistency was to prove that I was wrong. Woo! I am definitely not the one. That's right, that was Dr. J. Yeah, but he was the cool one.
All right, fellas. Woo! I guess that's how we're going to end the night.
Okay. I'm done. Like I said, I'm going back in the corner on Friday. I'm coming out scratching again. Just because you want to scratch to continue. I don't do scratch to continues unless you pick up. Until then, this fight is still on. Damn that bullshit. You went somewhere totally to the left. Now you got my ears popping. Y'all try to protect something that ain't even worth protecting at all.
But
all y'all gonna do with the next thing, gonna be trying to compare Evolution and Chico Lopez to Super Kennels. Just because Jesse brought his dog over to breed to 357, I took my dog and bred to Mayday. Got pictures of me, my shit being bred to Mayday. So what? The fuck that shit mean?
fellas, as we end the show tonight, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is.
Not once, but twice.
Come on, fellas, give it a thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up.
They don't like the pressure, man.
Let me get this boy home, man. Muscles. Muscles. Muscles.
Okay, I come down and do the roses with you.
Now give me some damn roses. Roses. We need them damn roses. All right. Okay, Mo. Wipe the sweat off your head, man.
I'm trying to, man. I just can't believe I'm up here barking at a nigga from Super Kennels knowing that used to be my fan. I used to be a fan of them dudes. I don't know why everybody's always trying to protect these fake-ass kennels, man. I don't understand it. They use y'all bloodlines and don't nobody say shit the whole time they doing this scheming ass shit. Nobody's saying a word. But then as soon as I say something, now you got to prove it. You trying to back up. And now you want to talk like I changed up something. I ain't say one time I've been to prison. I done sat there and gave you 2 names right off the back of my shit. It was the first Mayday Stone City Cross.
But again, Like we still talking to this dude, we're gonna deal with him Friday.
Man, and right, and I need to just deal with all this come Friday to give him a chance, a fighting chance. You know, we hooked, so let's get hooked. He gonna show me some consistent shit out of Macho Buck. And I didn't even say nothing about Macho Buck. I said the consistency didn't come out of the macho. Isn't that what I said, Mike? That's exactly what I said. You better hit rewind. I was talking about their first Mayday Stone City cross. It was Macha and Macho. Not 357. Not even Macho Buck. I said Macho and Macha was the first Stone City Mayday cross outside of the one we made. They made a direct breeding to Mayday and Yellow Buck's Little May's sister Blondie. That was their first breeding, but the actual line was actually started when I took my Mayday stuff and crossed it with the Stone City stuff. Because during that time, they could not stand each other. Actually, both camps, good friends of mine, got mad at me for doing it. Now, if you can't come up with a story like that, if you don't even know the story like that, you should have left all that alone because you ain't got shit to say about none of that. So you just injected yourself in some shit. This is supposed to talk about 357. You succeeded. But we're going to get on that Macho Buck shit, being that you put Macho Buck all up in there, and he wasn't even the conversation. I said the macho shit, not Macho Buck. The macho shit wasn't consistent. It probably got consistent when they bred it to 357. I can see that happening. But the Mayday, the original Mayday blinding shit didn't do what my Mayday, my Little Buck and Sassy Girl shit did. Nowhere close. Because did neither one of them have a registered mare? Did neither one of them have a two-time winner? Neither one of them. I did. When I put my Mayday Stone City shit together, I got that. That's all I said. I got rewind on this shit. One thing you can't do with these videos, you ain't never heard us erase shit. And I don't have no problem saying something I might have said out of place, and don't have no problem apologizing for something that might have been said. But if I said it, and it says that I said it, then if I don't mean it, then I'll apologize for it. But if I don't apologize for it, then I'm gonna stand on what I said.
It wasn't consistent, and that's what you said, and that's what we're gonna deal with.
Right. But I don't never remember saying Macho Buck wasn't consistent. But if I said it, damn it, guess what? Then you showed me where I'm wrong. That's all I'm saying.
You're talking about he won with it. I don't know what you won with.
What he won? He won with what?
I don't know.
Well, for us to be winning with our shit, we won with our shit too. So what are you saying? All you need to do is show us the consistency of that shit, bro. You the one brought it up. I said the dog wasn't consistent. I was really talking about Macho and Macha, but you wanted to bring 357 in because Jesse came to your yard to make a breed. What the fuck did that mean to me? Really? And I'm sitting up there with Yellow Buck. I'm sitting up there with Mayday. I mean, there's been so many goddamn champions and grand champions. It's not nothing unusual for us because that's all we breed to. But I'd love to breed the 357 if I had the opportunity to. But shit, don't put yourself on a high pedestal like that because you're not on that grade with me. Maybe with everybody else, but that shit don't mean shit to me, especially when you try to say something you don't know what you're talking about. Now you got to stand on it, because I'm standing all over this shit. Ain't trying to let it go. It's because you are a super kennel, like you wanted to make your point. So, stand on it. Stand on it, because I'm definitely going to stand on mine. Not one time. I just told somebody that the other day. Who was that? I said, you ain't never heard me say nothing about Macho Buck.
I don't know.
I don't ever talk about Macho Buck.
I always said.
I just said Macho Buck.
You never said nothing about the dogs.
I said
about Chico.
That Chico and Evolution.
Right. You can actually go and look. I put a comment on somebody. I think it was Chico. You know, because I think you know how he be backdoor sliding, trying to say shit, right? And I said, man, I ain't got nothing against your dogs, man. You got good dogs, but as far as you're concerned, you know who he is. You know who I am. So you know if I say, you ain't shit, you ain't shit. That ain't gonna never change, and you know why.
And he know why.
And he don't be saying, and you know it don't be Chico, but they be talking like they talking for Chico. I think it's Chico, but then I be like,
but Chico knows.
Go talk to Chico.
Yeah, go talk to him. Tell you the story. Right.
You know, he know who I am. Yeah, and if it is you, Chico, you ain't got to hide behind them different names. But you can still talk to me. You know who we is.
And look, they were saying something about Pyro. So y'all know that shows you I was messing with Evolution. And Sarah Kale, come on, that shows you I was dealing with Evolution. And Naya comes from Nico. She came right off of Nico, bred the champion sugar. They weren't dealing with them guys. Them guys, Pyro and Sarah Kell came up from there and they got ugly. So, come on, y'all. Yeah, I'm that guy. You're going to figure that part out too, fellas. That just shows y'all. Watch the journey y'all take when you go to see and watch what I do when I deal with shit. Y'all see what's going on. Everybody always got something to say, like, they gonna stumble on us. Can't stumble on nothing that's real. You come in there with that half fake ass shit and get caught on it, and now you got to prove your point. Because I don't back down to that shit when I know what I'm talking about. I press that shit like I do a dog in the box trying to get your ass out of it. I come conditioned and ready to go.
What they talking about? Damn, talk shit Tuesday, boy. I don't know why I got heated at the end. I was actually ready to go away from this shit a whole hour. Oh no. 12:30 now, man. Well, you didn't have to engage. Then I ain't got to tell you. Yeah, I do. I tell you just because I see it and it don't look right. Somebody feel like they want to stick their damn chest out. Look, around here, man. Around here. S2W. Scratch the win. It's a model. Couple things we stand on. Shark Tank. Shark Tank in there. That's why everybody got that blue. That's why we don't shit on your opinions out there. But as a member of the Shark Tank, when you got that blue, when you say something, you better be willing to stand on it. Don't be no cur about it. You know what I mean? You have all we don't. That's what the Shark Tank is all about. You have a right to your opinion. You better be able to stand on what you say. And we always open that door for any and everybody to share that saying. Long we don't be disrespectful with each other, don't talk about it, be about it. That's why you see it up here. You see it? Don't talk about it, be about it. Let them go. We on all that kind of shit. This ain't no just thing that, some fake ass shit. No, we just, how about that's just who we are? Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's what's wrong with the game. That's what the purpose of the box for. You talk that shit until it came that time to let them go. I'll see you there. That's what we talking about for Friday. I ain't got to keep going back and forth and getting off on other things that didn't mean have nothing to do with why this conversation went the direction. Remember, I'm the one reading the comment. I know exactly what was said. I know exactly how you replied. So keep that thought in mind. What's in that chat and what's on this video, it ain't going to disappear, bro. And we're going to get it back to what got it started. Said he gonna stand on that consistency bullshit. And remember, it was your question based on the consistency. And what did that have to do with what you was winning? Because it didn't have nothing to do with you any damn way. You just chose to pick yourself, put yourself in the middle of a conversation that didn't have nothing to do with you, or Super Kennels, or 357. So being that you brought yourself in there, and you wanted to get an answer, and he gave you an answer, then it's your chance to show him, being he's willing to stand on it. Generally my brother willing to stand on something, boy, you better be ready. Cause all I'm gonna say is, nobody but you. And that's how we're going to deal with you. Or just let it go. Just agree to disagree. Don't stick your chest out like we supposed to do what? He said he going to stand on what he say and prove it. So on you, how you handle that. Don't let it be something that's going to hurt your feelings. Because we can always agree to disagree. But if you want to stand on it and make an argument about it, hey, you got that blue. Stand on it. Show them what you're talking about.
We don't argue about it. We don't argue like that.
We ain't
I'm
gonna
gonna show
have
you my proof, and you gonna show me yours.
That's how that go, bro.
That's how that go.
This is Shark Tank, bro. That's what that blue stands for. If you're gonna say it, stand on what you say. Don't talk about it, be about it. There's a bunch of talk right here, around here. You see how we do. We bite. This is Shark Infested Water, bro. Ain't nobody playing around here. And ain't meant to hurt nobody's feelings. But the fact is, at some point, you need to do more than just be talking. And we limit that shit around here. That's why everybody got blue. Because they can stand on what they say and they can be willing to agree to disagree and still be able to come here and enjoy themselves. And not let it be personal. Don't be one of them, you know, what we got to say, oh, he curled out or he jumped out the box. You can just as easy say, I agree to disagree. There ain't nothing wrong with that. We ain't here to try to change nobody's mind. But again, you have all the opportunity to stand on what you believe in and fight for it, because that's what makes this channel different. We scratching over here. And ain't nothing wrong with you scratching back. That's what the game is all about anyway.
Now with all that mouth though,
No, mouth don't do it.
No, you did something that you didn't have nothing to do with you. I want to see how you wiggle your way out of it.
You're in the corner now. It's time to go ahead and
Yeah, you stepped in that box. You did what you did. Now you in here.
let's ride with it. Fellas, appreciate everybody for showing up. Appreciate everybody for showing up. And again, all we doing is bulldog. Hey, before I leave out of here, let me give y'all the last rundown on the poll before we give up. For all those who ain't hit the like button, don't forget to hit the like button. You know, hit that damn like button. Hold on 1 second here.
Hit the like button. Whatever it is about the like button, hit the like button. If you like the show, hit the like button.
Okay. We can just quick last one down here. This is on the last poll thing. We have 171. Yup, 171 people participating in the poll tonight. The question was, if you had a chance to revisit the past of the American Pit Bull Terrier game, which of these would you prefer to be? A breeder of American Pit Bull got still 9%. The hunter of American Pit Bull got 11%. The breeder / hunter of your own line got 77%. And just a spectator of the sport got 4%. Appreciate everybody for joining in, being a participant in the poll. Again,
I'm gonna say this before we get off of that. You say that 77 wants to be your hunters and breeders. Let me tell you guys something. To be a success, to do that, to be successful, it's harder than the spectator job, the lone breeder job, and the lone hunter job. That job is harder than all them down there put together, because you're gonna see a lot of failures before you see success. All them other ones, you can bullshit your way through it. That one right there, you can't bullshit your way through it. Because you're trying to be a hunter, and you bullshitting, then you're going to do a whole lot of losing. Now, how many times you going to lose before you give up on what you're working on?
you're the hunter and the breeder of your own shit. That's a hard task to maintain, trust me.
You can get started. So you first got to start moving.
Got to start somewhere. Got to figure out which one you're going to be before you can get in that pathway. That's why we just say, hey, you know, it's a conversation to be had. But then again, it's a look into what reality looks like. You wouldn't understand it until you was able to actually get out there and do it. And trust me, it's not that easy. Again, you can talk about it, but you don't understand what it is until you start actually being about it. So I guess it's good to go back and wish you could be that breeder / hunter or your own line, but until you actually achieve that success, I think it'll be the only time you would appreciate what it took to actually do it. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of people around us who were actually able to do it. And even us, we had our failures because, again, remember how we started? We always wanted to be just nothing but hunters. That's it. But you see what it turned out to be. So, again, this is never, these dogs ain't meant for everybody. This game wasn't meant for everybody. But in the same token, you just got to do what you love. And if you love them like we love them, hey, why not take the ride? It's always going to be fun to talk about. So until Friday, everybody stay safe. Keep doing what you do. And what's your dog of the night tonight? I know you got to go ahead and get it in, Mo. What's your dog of the night? 357. 357. Big shout out to 357. It's going to be our dog of the night.
That's right, that gas thing. I'm taking shit. I love that shit, man.
Yeah, man, come on. We're gonna show the love because, again, bad motherfucker.
Just because I like 357, I mean, I got to deal with Nacho Buck and that bullshit either. So, you don't want getting shit crossed up. I said, I like 357. This I didn't like Macho Buck. I said it.
Again, you already know what you said. I'm not going to keep going back on what you said. It's all right there. It's all right there. Just go back and hit rewind and go
so
back.
You make sure you got it right when you show up your product.
Yeah. I don't even know if you don't show up, I got to have something to talk about. Because it would be nice. Marlo, check it out, man. Shoot me an email. Shoot me a quick thing on the back street. Do this cordially. You know, because I think it would actually be a nice little, you know, showpiece. I mean, because you talk about good dogs either way it goes.
Right.
You know
Kennels is a bad motherfucker.
I mean,
anyway,
come on.
you know,
Get some of the fellas and tell them, you know, because, you know, they done called in. You know, I think it was Dr. J that called in. We had a little conversation with him. We met the rest of the boys down there at Time Downers, you know, so it's not like we secret each other. We might not know you, but it's the way we can get to know you. You know how we can get to know you. Hit me up on the back street, man, and we can make this be out a very interesting conversation. But there again, that's up to you, man. Hit me up. We got Thursday and Wednesday. I'll look to see you Friday. That means everybody. Until then, I'm out.
Yeah. Always, y'all.
Always, y'all. Y'all know what's up. We always scratch the win. Y'all know what's up, man. Come on, man. Act like you know, bro.
Hey. Yeah, it's on this lady. Hope y'all have a fine evening, man.
Yeah, Marlo. Hey, man, trust me, man. We can make that a nice little situation. And we talking like gentlemen, so ain't nothing like we got to fall out. But I think it'll be a nice conversation because, again, we ain't talking about bullshit ass dogs. We talking about actual dogs that's worthy of talking about. So yeah.
Right. And y'all, you super Kennels, man. What the fuck? You part of that legendary crew of dog man.
Kennels, the group of dogs that
got more, the goddamn more champions than STP. Well, y'all talking about Chico Lopez running around here like he STP. Super Kennels is the closest thing.
The best thing out there, motherfucker. Got more champions than goddamn STP.
Yeah, man. They ran them kind of numbers, man. Y'all trying to put that shit like Chico was doing something. Chico wasn't doing shit.
Yeah.
Not in the United States.
So it'll be a privilege, Marlo. Hit us up, man.
Yeah.
Hit that email address. Hey, hold on. I'll make it even better, bro. I'm gonna pop my phone up, bro, in there. Hit me up when you get a chance, bro. There you go, fam.
Turn up all the way up so everybody here.
There you go, bro.